Bing, bang, boom. We're good. We go random on Scryfall in case we need it. Ew. Ew, disgusting. Alright, that's good, that's good. I need you all on the same tab. All on the same thing. Good afternoon, Gravity. How you doing? Good afternoon, Wolf. I see you are the first of today's roasties. I grabbed the order. Let me go check. Wolf, Shaper, Sauron, D-Genies, and Wendy's Baconator. Now, Wendy's told me they might not be here. Shaper's normally on YouTube. I think Sauron's normally on Twitch too. What's up, Voice of Madness? Hello, Mix6. Al Broken Wing, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to Doghouse, my friend. Mauled, I have fallen ill. Can we do drafts to make me feel better? Absolutely the fuck not, because we have deck roasting to do today. Howdy, boss. Excited for today's therapy slash fitness slash life advice slash deck roasting stream. Perfect. You're on the exact right energy. My man Mauled over here in ukulele lighting. What the hell is ukulele lighting? Hello, can I move to the back of the line for the roast? I just want to double check, Sauron. You do mean go at the end, because we can do that yet. We can do that. We're going to review the TMNT precon later. Maybe that's what we do tomorrow. Because today's busy. So I don't think we'll do it today. I'll probably do that because we weren't going to do the custom card stream tomorrow. And so maybe we do the TMNT precon review as Thursday's stream. Jomi Bug, thank you for the Prime sub for the 1 year in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. I did have a dream about you last night. You were doing the bullet deck roast, but in a giant auditorium. One day, if Saturday goes well. Oh my gosh, Stream Deck, get out of here. Get out of here. Does this work? Hold on. Very soft. All right, that should be good. Yeah, we will be doing 3K point redeems. Yeah, it was very, very gentle. I was recording yesterday. It went well. I think it is one of the, I don't know when it's getting published, but I think it is one of the better bits I have done on Decked Out. Very big thanks to Z for that one. Mauled, what type of deck do you want us to send you for Saturday? If you consult the video I just published about it, I'm not telling. Gavan. Addy Cat, thank you for the 8 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. Hey, I used to be Lady Lockwood, but due to the passage of time and self-discovery, I am now a cat. Congratulations. Truly tremendous. Soulstorming, thank you for the 10 streams in a row. How are you feeling about the endless, really shitty pizza alt arts? I haven't seen any of them, so I don't feel bad about it at all. Hey, Mauled, will you let me win if I promise to split the money with you? No chance. Yo, Maul, do you have any plans for the Pride months? Every commander has partner event. No, I'm definitely not going to one. I love Pride, but I hate partners. Sauron, I see that now. Yes, you will go last. Voice of Madness, thank you for the 3 streams in a row. Welcome back to the dog park. Alec, roll a die, man. Paper Wizard, thank you so much. Hey Mauled, I was wondering if by donating for a deck review, it instead would be possible to do a bracket check. I see I tend to put decks in brackets in a different way from you or even other creators, and I would like the insight. Yeah, I mean, for sure. There's plenty of people who, with the current deck reviews, now I will say deck reviews are done via Ko-Fi commission. You cannot just, like, donate an amount of money and get it immediately. You have to wait for them to go on sale on Ko-Fi. But we have plenty of people who do ask for a deck review, and the main thing they're asking for is, like, I don't need that many suggestions. What I need is to make sure that I'm not crazy. I need to make sure that I am not doing something that is like, oh yeah, you can pay $500. I don't know if you want 500 for a bracket check. Oh, Addy Cat, we know you're a furry. We knew, and we're glad that you know now. I asked Z a while back, they wanted to see my nonsense lands deck if I ever sent it in. They said yes, if I recall correctly. Would it be possible to kidnap Z for that Saturday? No shot. 0% chance. This is a new type of improv thing that we have not done before. I am under no circumstances doing it with other people that I have to bounce off, even if it's Z, who I bounce off the best in the entire world. Necro Hamster, thank you for the bits. Asarunkun, welcome to the stream, my friend. Favorite turtle. Oh. I think it's Ralph. I think Ralph's my favorite. Where do you need primers for the Saturday contest? I said in the video there's going to be a Google form. So you cannot... There will be a Google form on the day of. You will put your primer in there. Aegis Athene, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. Speaking of, I lost the link for the off-stream review submission poll. Email the primer and deck to me at maldhound@gmail.com. That'll be fine for a one-off fix. I hate that the TMNT set is going to be popular purely due to the value of reprints. Then you're going to hate even more that it's going to be popular because it fucking rips. That's going to be what's devastating for you. Is that it's going to be even more popular because it's really fucking cool. Sorry to say. It's heat. Little Mixed Doom, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Have you played Mugenics? It is peak gaming. I was going to until somebody said it was XCOM. And I already have XCOM. Like, they said it's XCOM with cats, which is... Yeah, that sounds dope. I'm not really interested. I do not see a brother working out. What is this, LOL? So, why are username do? Can you conceptualize the idea that somebody could work out earlier in the day and that could account for a workout streak? Little Mix Doom, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. It is better XCOM. That does not change that I am not really looking for an XCOM-y game to play in my life. Question for Malden chat. Who here knew there was a yellow Wolverine Ninja Turtle? You're lying. Mald, have you played Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle? That doesn't sound like a real thing, but no, I have not. Yeah, Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle sounds like the type of thing somebody says while they're going through a stroke. It's like right as half of the face is beginning to go. Okay, but that game is fire? Hold on. Chewy Guns, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. Mario XCOM of all things. Yeah, I'm just not in the mood for XCOM in this current arc of my life. I think I'll be in the mood for it again soon, but I'm in the mood for something that's like, I'm in the mood for something real time. I'm not Magic, between Magic and Riftbound, I have enough turn-based shit in my life. I want to be able to put the hands on something. I wish I had the money for a proper deck roast, but alas, maybe you'll win one during today's roast stream. Maul, do you like beat 'em ups? Not particularly. Mauled stream Hades challenge. I've thought about that. I have streamed I have streamed Hades before. I think the problem with Hades is that I'm not I'm not terrible at it, but I'm not particularly good at it, and it's so hard for me that I can't yap very much. Yeah, yeah. And the moment, like the moment the third person tells me like, oh, well, actually, you should have taken this different pomegranate because if you increase your spellcasting speed by 11 and then re-roll this boon from Artemis, you get a 2% increase to your overall DP. I'm uninstalling the game, baby.
They're in cuddle mode.
Yeah,
and I'm running around, so they're upset at me.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna lock them in here.
Yeah. Thunder Tempest, thank you for the 20-bit cheer. Furry powers go burr. Yeah, so the degree of backseating I will experience with Hades, it will probably like there are only two places that road can lead. Either I quit the stream 40 minutes in, because I'm trying to do dope shit, or or the viewership is too low to be worth it because I've banned 50 of you. Because there's gonna be, I already know what the backseating is gonna be too, because the backseating is gonna be like, oh, well, did you know if you just stand here, the boss's attacks can't reach you? And every time I'm gonna be like, I'm aware of that. That's where I'm trying to stand. I'm really bad at making myself actually stand there. Can you shut the fuck up now? And it's gonna be either that, or it's going to be the thing I did about the like pomegranate and the Artemis reroll to get like fucking 6% additional DPS. Also, Little Mix Doom, thank you for the 45-bit cheer. Can I start with Hades 2 or Hades 1? You can start with Hades 2. There is lore you're missing out on, but it's like the game is still going to be amazingly fun if you start with Hades 2. You getting angry at chat is funny for the rest of us. That is objectively untrue. All of the times, let's be real mask off. Real, we're going to bring down the great autismo is going to let down the curtain. Every time you've thought I was angry at chat and you all laughed, I was doing a bit. Now I have gone back and I have looked at streams where I actually got angry at chat, and on all of those streams, the viewership dips by about 10 to 20% every time I get actually mad. Because me being actually mad is not good performatively. I don't rage in a like interesting and funny way. And so it's just not entertaining and it turns a bunch of people off. So I'm very careful to stream things where I'm like, oh, can I get worked up? No, Expedition 33, I was worked up. There's worked up and there's angry. If you guys get me worked up, that's a great stream. Phenomenal stream, you get me worked up. Because I'll be sassy. I'll just be like if I'm energetic and sassy, a lot of people will describe that as angry when it's actually just entertaining. But if I'm fucking mad, it's just not entertaining. It's not like scary, but it's just boring. Soulstorm, thank you for the 45-bit cheer, but you are already getting bald enough to be Tyler 1. You just need to channel the rage. Yeah, we'll see what my doctor says about that, you piece of shit. We'll see what my doctor says, all right? Getting mauled worked up is my full-time job. No, your full-time job is getting me lathered up, Beard Princess. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, so I don't think... So we could try Hades, but I have doubts. I have doubts about Hades because of that. I think that's like, because that's also like there's some games where I can brush off the backseating because I just go, oh, I'm doing my thing. I trust myself more than I trust you, and so whatever your advice is, I know it's wrong. That's fine. I can engage with it in a different way. But games where I don't feel particularly confident in my abilities, like with Hades, or even with League in many situations. There are some League situations where I'm like, 100%, I know I'm right. Whatever thing I'm saying back and forth with chat, I'm trying to make fun of you guys because I know you're wrong. But like Hades is most of the game, I know that I build suboptimally. I know that my fight strategies are suboptimal because they are high risk, high reward, and I do not execute them well. Like there's a million things where it's anybody could say something about like, why aren't you doing this better? And the answer would be because I fucking can't. What do you want from me? And I can only say that like 5 times before I'm out of ways to try to say that funny, and then I'm just banning you. Mix6, thank you for the 31-bit cheer. But how doesn't this happen in League? I mean, it does happen in League sometimes, but there's like, I think League it's 50-50. What I mean is, like, oh, Mix6, thank you for the 69 earlier too. Here's what I mean. So here's like 90 up at the top of the scale. Here's 10. And this is a scale of percent right. This is how correct I feel I am about a given like opinion or tactic that I am recommending to somebody at a given moment in time. Magic is at like 90%. Mainly because the things that I do in Magic are not super related to being the objectively best. Most of my stuff in Magic is opinion-based content. So when it comes to who's right about my opinion, guess what? It's me every fucking time. League, I think, comes in at like 50. There are many times where I already know how I fucked up the play, and chat talking about it aggravates me because I'm already beating myself up internally for it. But League, about 50% of the time, somebody will say something to me and I can just be like, oh, well, you're definitely wrong. Definitely wrong, don't care. Hades is down at like 10. Hades is like at any given moment, I am pretty confident that I am doing the wrong thing. And I believe the only context that Hades would be interesting to stream in is the context in which I am doing a challenge run, a speed run, some type of thing that requires effort, and the goal is to be good. So I would have more confidence in my ability. Like if I was doing Hades weapons reviews for like TikToks, it would go back to 90. Because then it's an opinion piece again. But if it's like we're playing Hades, we're doing a challenge run, that's all about being good at Hades. And I'm pretty confident that moment to moment in Hades, I'm picking wrong. You know, 2 roads diverged in the yellow wood, and I picked the one that led to the diarrhea puddle. Hey, thank you so much, DXO. I appreciate that. Danny UG, thank you for the Prime sub for the 19th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. What is up, keyboard? How you doing? Human supremacy is overthrown by vampires and werewolves. The 2 sides go to war. For survival, you pick a side. What side? Vampires. Vampires. Every fantasy media that requires this to be a like even battle, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it definitely depends on what power system of vampire you're using, because we're talking about like fucking Twilight. Come on, man, vampires, shut the fuck up. So yeah, it depends a lot on how much has your fantasy system nerfed vampires to make this a compelling war. Gibbons, thank you for the 15 streams in a row. Welcome back to the dog park. Would you say league varies between champs? Oh yeah, for sure. Like if I'm playing, and that's part of the 50-50, because a lot of league recently has been the paying to get me to play different champions. So if I go on like not only a champion I've never played, but they're also an archetype I've never played. Yeah, I'm not very confident in like my build path. I'm not very confident in what fights I win. I'm not very confident in when I'm really powerful. But like if I'm on Yone and you give me advice, on balance, you're probably wrong. Some of you might be right. But like, man, you're probably wrong. Would you say your league streams have been doing well? Like, will they be continuing? Yeah, they're doing really, really well. They're doing a lot better than I've expected them to do. They will definitely be continuing. They are just at the behest of me finishing my other work, because there's like I'm trying to get a better handle on. I'm trying to get a better handle on the three pillars of my content, or like the three areas that I'm working on. Let's draw some booba. So I think the three areas are, I need to do stuff that makes me money. Because right now I support both Z and I. We require groceries, we require rent, whatever. There's other stuff I want to do that is working on the craft of it. And so that is stuff that I find creatively fulfilling. That is, I write a really funny joke, I come up with a skit, I I come up with like, yeah, anything that is creatively fulfilling for me. And then there is, there was another thing. Oh, right. And then there's just fun. Right now, League, I think, operates mostly in fun, and at times it can operate in money. The pay to get me to do a given champion is really nice. You guys have been really, really generous with that. It has led to some very, very funny games. I'm never picking Singed again, but it's led to some very, very funny games. But it is still like, I think dollar per minute spent, I am still better off doing literally anything else. It also does not let me work on my craft at all, because I'm trying to be funny, but my brain is sort of taxed to its current limit, trying to balance, okay, I'm in a ranked game. How do I not fuck up this ranked game playing this new champion I've never played before? How do I try to play pickleball with the people backseating me in chat in a way that is still funny for everybody watching? And I can't like, I just don't have the capacity to move very much into craft. So League is mostly fun time. So it is at the behest of like, I need to handle finances. And then after handling finances, I often find that the first thing I want to handle isn't fun, it's craft. I want to feel creatively fulfilled before I want to feel like I've had a good goofy time. And so like for this week, I'm pretty close to handled on money. I think I have 2 deck reviews that I have not finished for the week. I'm going to be finishing those today. We're doing today's stream, which makes money, which we will be starting the main show in just a moment here. I am minorly but not majorly satisfied on craft. I did the Marvo roast, I think like a day or 2 ago, but I want to get another short that I feel proud of done. And then we worry about fun. So like what could happen is we could do, tomorrow could be review the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles precon, and then do League at the end. Friday could be League. Yeah. Boss, got a new anti-anxiety med, and I'm already in the zone. I'm also here to say the deck I submit probably will not be the best deck, but will be my favorite deck. That's beautiful. Your favorite deck has a much better chance than whatever you think is objectively the best deck. Ruler, thank you for the Twitch follow. All right, let me catch up on everything I missed. Little Mix Doom, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. Last night I had a dream you exposed 6-7 as a neo-Nazi psyop. It was my first time using my new sleep aid dental device. Seems like it's working. Man, I wish I could have my money circle overlapped. Yeah, it's a dream come true. It's the coolest thing ever. I love doing this as a career because of that. A lot of people say like, oh my God, don't monetize your hobby because then you won't have any fun doing it. They just don't know how to measure, they just don't know how to balance the circle. Like you fall out of love with doing the thing as a hobby when you make the money circle and the craft circle one circle. If you make them a Venn diagram, all good. The XO32, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Welcome back to the dog home. Will you do me a favor and promise not to sell out to actually predatory games like Raid or Genshin or some shit like that? Absolutely not. Let's talk about why not. Here's the promise I will make you. If I think a reasonable person does not understand that this is a predatory thing, a predatory and stupid thing, I'm never going to do it. I'm not going to do gambling ads or shit like that. Raid Shadow Legends, though. I'm taking that goddamn money. Are you kidding me? That's a bit at that point. Like I get an offer from Raid Shadow Legends. I'm doing a 60-second video in which I say lines like, I've never seen a game less predatory. I love Raid Shadow Legends and how they respect my time and do not take a large amount of money for fun and satisfying game progression. You're getting that ad. You're getting that ad. 100% Raid gives me the money. Yeah, Raid's a meme. I am, I mean, I've already turned down, like, I actively turned down a lot of stuff I get. I think I've turned down... God, that's not very much. I thought I was going to sound like a much better person. I think I've turned down probably like 10 grand lifetime to stuff like that. Because they'll approach me and they'll offer like somewhere between like $200 and $1,000. And it'll be for something that I don't think has penetrated the zeitgeist enough to be a meme. And so I tell those people to fuck off. You're never getting an ad from Raid? You're wrong. They already offered once. And then I just asked for too much money. I was going to stay and watch the stream, but now, because of that beautiful ad, I have to leave and check out Raid Shadow Legends. Raid, are you listening? Okay, we got to do the manual ad break so that we can have the opportunity to get into the deck roasting. A Never Day Hobbyist, thank you for the $5 super chat. If I submit an Issue deck frozen and a block of ice for the coolest deck competition, do I win? I'm not fucking telling you. Have a great day. I've had a content creator I really liked who's now making a bunch of sponsored videos about gacha games. It was disappointing. I will say I have a high bar for gacha games. I do think it depends on the game for me, because I have both played and advertised games that I think could be considered like pretty heavy on the pay to win microtransaction model. Like the one that I played for a long time was Clash of Clans. And that game was fun enough as a totally free player that I would not be morally opposed to advertising it. Cuz you can like I played that game every day for years and it was fine. And if anything, not spending money on it made it so that I did not play it too much. And I overall enjoyed my time doing it. And I was in like a guild that tried to do raids and battles and stuff, so I would have like battle weeks where I was playing it more. Um, but I think there's other gacha games where if your game sucks, if I'm not spending money, yeah, I'm not going to advertise it. If it's good without spending money, I'll advertise it. That's pretty much the line for me. Time Kit, thank you for the 80 streams in a row. Welcome back to the dog park. Is it bogus to say if you're a small creator, get your bag however you can? Yeah. What? I support small creators getting paid, but the idea that we're supporting small creators getting their bag however they can, like we know that's not true. Because if we told a small Instagram influencer, like, yeah, get your bag however you can, and then we found out they were like kidnapping children to sell their kidneys on the black market, we wouldn't be like, hell yeah, man, whatever you had to do, chase your dream. There's obviously lines. There's obviously lines to that. I think that I also think that a lot of life I think that a lot of life is about you deciding what is meaningful for you. So for me, the line is if I do not have a good time playing your game, or if I would not personally use your product, not getting advertised. I have like already missed out on a bunch of ads. There was one ad where the product seemed okay. It was kind of expensive. The reviews were really good. There were other creators who told me, "Oh, I used this and I really liked it." And they sent me one and it fucking sucked. It's like the worst product for that thing I had ever used in my life. And I had like paid for other expensive fixes for this. I had done like at-home DIY stuff for this, and it was like dog shit. But everybody else was telling me like, "Oh, it's pretty good. You could still advertise it," because like I liked it, my friends liked it, and I told the company, "No, I can't do this because I'm not about to say that this is good when I think it's dog shit, even if objectively people agree that it's pretty good." And that's kind of how I move through a lot of ads. Is like, where does this fit into my life? If it can't fit into my life, I'm not a good spokesperson for it. Squilla30, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. I'm half requesting a name drop for the item. Absolutely not. If it was an actual bad product that I thought was like if I thought they were a predatory company trying to pawn off dog shit to people, I would name drop them. I think this is a good product that I personally did not like. Therefore, I'm a terrible choice for a spokesperson. But I don't want to like. I'm down to burn a bridge if the bridge is to Shitsville, but I don't want to burn a bridge for no reason. Hey, thank you, Dastardly. I'm glad you enjoyed me on Scribe Babies for the, I believe, unceremonious ass beating I got. I felt that way about a Manscaped razor I bought once. Everyone I know likes them. Useless for me. Terrible. LOL. Yeah, see, I loved Manscaped. Holy fuck. I lost my Manscaped razor. I was sad as shit. There is this very specific culture on YouTube. Everybody already unanimously understands the sponsor sucks. Nobody will buy it. Nobody will call you out for the sponsor. Get that bag, king. Yeah, I think that's where Raid Shadow Legends is. If I ever get into the position of sponsorships like that, I will simply refuse to say I personally enjoy or like something. I could just highlight the perks, features of the thing I'm advertising without pretending I love the product myself. There's two things there. I think first is there is an implicit I like this product when you do something like that. You can't get on the internet and post a 60-second video of you extolling the virtues of something and then expect people to understand, like, oh yeah, but they may not like or believe in this product on a personal level. Like, that's what they're paying for. They are paying for your implicit support or and veneration of the thing. And then second, you have not been exposed to the guidelines most advertisers ask for, because I have tried to navigate that road, and there is immediate and no wiggle room pushback. Because I've asked for variations of, oh, well, can I talk about how it's not for me? And they're like, holy fuck, no. No, 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 no. I don't know. I feel like with TV ads, I'm not under the impression that Mike Tyson loves Activia. Yeah, that's because most TV ads at this point fall under the Raid Shadow Legends disclaimer. Like, there have been so many of those ads over the course of time that I would say more TV ads than not fall under the umbrella of like Raid Shadow Legends-esque advertisement. But there's still plenty of YouTube ads that I don't think would. Steve Insomnia, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Nobody has seen a commercial on TV and decided to buy something since the 80s. So untrue. There's few. That's one of the least true things anybody has ever said. Trigonometry, thank you for the 2 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. I'll be real, I don't think gotchas cross a line when our favorite hobby is from an industry that has to never publicly acknowledge the value of their product or risk it being called gambling. That's also why. Facetious hyperbole mauled. Yeah, even if you scale it back down to a more reasonable statement, TV advertising is much more effective. Much more effective than you. Like, yeah, I realize you don't genuinely believe nothing has been sold via a TV ad since the 80s, but you are still, even if I attempt to place that at whatever your like more reasonable position is, you're still incredibly wrong. Yo, Maul, the JJK anime only here. Do you know if you can black flash with a ranged weapon curse technique or with a curse technique at all? I'm asking here because I searched something else on Google and got the shit spoiled out of me. To my knowledge, no, you cannot. A black flash is only achievable with a, like, melee hit. I should buy a Chia Pet. Yes, you should, Enbright. All I know is I'm going to see a Malltown Hymn sponsorship in the next year or two. Absolutely, yeah. Because I already use hymns. That would be the easiest ad ever. That ad, I could just be like, here's my bathroom medicine cabinet. I've been using hymns for the last 2 years. What is a hymns? They started out as a hair loss prevention, like, prescription place, and now I think they've expanded into doing, I know they sell, like, Viagra and stuff. I think they might even do TRT. I don't know if they've gone all the way into providing testosterone, if they're only providing, like, Testosterone support stuff. You shouldn't take their money then, since it clearly doesn't work. We can look. Bait used to be believable. We can look back to my hairline 2 to 3 years ago, and it's still terrible then. Oh, but anyway, let's close the loop on the gotcha thing and then start getting into decks for the day. So, being a Magic the Gathering creator is part of why my line for gotcha games is, are you fun if you are free to play? Because this is a gotcha game. Magic the Gathering is a gachapon game. We are Genshin Impact. And so I do feel that it would be pretty hypocritical if I was like, I would never engage in advertising or speaking up for this category of game. But I would speak up for it in the same way I speak up for Magic, which is to recommend that you spend as little money as you can and enjoy as much as you can of the game without spending that money. And then if you want to spend money on it, great, be responsible. That's my line, and I apply that pretty universally. Aegis, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Hims has done incredible work keeping that last hair on Malt's head. Welcome to the dog pile. Magic the Gathering gives a physical product that can be sold, displayed, or transferred. Gacha does not. Yeah, you definitely can't sell an account. Nobody has ever sold a Riot account for a Ribbon skin, for example. Like, it's a physical product that can be sold, displayed, or transferred, and it's also a piece of cardboard that only means something as long as like the other people ascribe it meaning. J.Wab, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 6th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. After months of fighting with different health providers, I've been put on HRT finally. Poggers. Hell yeah. Like the Little Mix Doom, every time you say customs, they're delayed by another 20 minutes. That's why I play Magic on a card database like Cockatrice. Exactly. And that's a great way to play. Magic is not a gotcha because I can't dress Oko up in a maid uniform, and that's honestly tragic. Give it like 2 years, Zoria. Give it like 2 years. The little Hims pill looking like Spider-Man on that train with Maul's last hair follicle. I hate you guys. I hate you guys. I think WotC is going to shoot themselves in the foot when they realize that they're going all in on EDH, the only format where ownership of official cards isn't a requirement for entry. I don't draw well enough to do this yet. Because I haven't been doing my daily... There is a thing I'm hopefully going to be advertising that I think is actually good for like learning how to draw. But I've only done like fucking 2 days of it. So here's what you're describing, right? Here's foot. Here's blood. Ah. I'll draw like a little spear in it too. They've been shot in the foot, right? And right now you're going, oh, well, here's WotC. Here's WotC. They've shot themselves in the foot. because they're going all in on Commander, where you don't have to own the cards. And over time, this is going to bleed people because you're going to get fewer and fewer people investing in the game and fewer people who are like lifelong players. And you may or may not be right, but the hand, and I have not even tried to draw a fucking hand yet. How on earth would I draw a hand? I think I have to do like knuckle. Yeah, there we go. That's like an arm almost. The hand holding the spear is Hasbro. I'm sure WotC would love to go a little bit less all in on Commander. I'm sure WotC would love to show a little bit more love to their other formats. They're not going to be able to because Hasbro has seen how much profit there is in just immediately expanding the player base. And so another way to describe it is with an integral, like area under a curve. Because with with the current business model, I do believe the revenue and profit for Magic the Gathering will inevitably collapse. The game will inevitably die. However, the money that Hasbro can make in the next 10 to 20 years squeezing Magic the Gathering for every little drop is probably more than Magic the Gathering would have made in the next 80 years if they had stayed on the previous business model. And so Chris Cox, the CEO of Hasbro, because CEOs have a 5 to 10 year lifespan at a given company and then they move on, and if they fucked up the previous company, it doesn't matter. It just matters if they posted good quarterly profits. Chris Cox looks at, oh, well, if I could extract more profit in the next decade than this game was gonna make in the next 5 decades, who matters if it dies? Who cares if it dies in 2 decades? I'm gonna be dead before the safe method would have kept this game going. Like, we have a bunch of CEOs who have no deeper connection to the company they are steering the ship of. They only care about, I have to make the numbers as big as possible for 5 years, and then I'm moving on to my next company. And it doesn't matter if I have left a sustainable situation for the next person. All that matters is that my numbers went up for 5 years. Yeah, I can increase the volume. I also leaned back, which I think is doing it. Let me look. A little higher, a little higher. I have been biking on and off for a few years now, mainly due to the weather in the fall and winter being shit in the Netherlands, and want to know a way to keep my condition up in those months. Want to be able to bike 25 km semi-regularly without having to step it up from 15 km at the start of the year. I mean, there's the really simple answer of buy a Peloton, right? Like, I think it depends on if spending money is out of the question, then, but they have like stationary bikes at gyms too. So if you just have a gym membership, you can do it too. Like, if you want a bike, get on a stationary bike, and that is the answer. If you don't have a gym membership and you like, how do I keep my conditioning up when I don't have a gym membership and I can't bike because the weather's bad? The answer is probably you don't. Like, what I would do in that case is I would use the months that you're not biking to improve your conditioning in other ways. Like, when the weather is good, I will do a bunch of biking. When the weather is bad, I will do a bunch of like push-ups and one-legged squats, and I'll do a bunch of like difficult body weight exercises in my home to try to build some muscle. And that way you don't end up like you still have to build up from 15 km at the start of the year, but it gives you like other fitness goals to chase, which is also a good thing. Hi, Malt. Have the reviews gone up for sale yet? I have money burning a hole in my pocket. Not yet. They go up. They may not go up this Sunday because I'm on a plane. So probably this Sunday. Also, Lulu, thank you for the 10 Real super chat. People undersell how many overly attached players do stick around for Universes Beyond because of Stockholm Syndrome and sunken costs. Still, more eyes on the product, more sales. Yeah, that's very true, too. I mean, dancing in your room for an hour a day is great, but when we're talking about when we move from generic conditioning to specific conditioning, like how far is yeah, biking 15 miles is like biking an hour about or 25, sorry. Yeah, wait, 15 miles. 25 kilometers, 15 miles is like biking about an hour. Depending on how hard you're biking, you know, I think you could do that with burpees. Also, Cakes here and Sir Scruffy, thank you both for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Friends, plural. And then have I missed anything else? Does not look like it. So I also need to set up Wheel of Names. The Wheel of Names is for when we do the free roast raffle. It determines when we give away the free deck roast. All right, let's call roll. I am looking for Wolf, Shaper, Sauron, the Genies, and Wendy's Baconator. I know Sauron wants to go last. I know Wolf is here. I know Wendy's Baconator won't be here for the next 2 hours. Shaper is probably on YouTube if they are anywhere. I don't think I've seen the Genies. I don't think I've seen... No, we saw Sauron. So I've not seen the Genies. I've not seen Shaper. I've seen the other three. Wolf, you're definitely going first. Shaper, you're here. All right, so we're going to go Wolf, Shaper, Wendy's, the Genies, Sauron. The Genies will be a maybe, because I don't want to do it without them unless they have confirmed that we can do it without them. All right. Oh, hold on. No, Gecko, you're good. I was like, I was considering what could the circumstances of this person's life be where a gym membership is untenable. Like maybe you live far away from a gym. I could see that. Right? Like if because Pelotons are fucking expensive. Jay Arlington, thank you for the raid, my friend. We're about to get into deck roasting for the day. We're about to get into deck roasting for the day. Because like Pelotons are really expensive, so it's not necessarily reasonable for you to get a Peloton. And maybe you live like, if you live 40 minutes from a gym, yeah, fuck a gym membership, bro. So burpees, there's also... Okay, there's plenty of gyms I would do that. The other option, if you really like your bike, hold on, bike power meter. We used this. No, hold on. What the fuck is the name for this thing? Bike power wheel. No, bike, There's like a little thing you can put on the back tire of your bike, and you can just bike in your garage, and it will like be a watt meter because it makes resistance. No, not a generator. Although I would not blame you for looking at it and thinking that this thing was a power generator. I have one. A dynamo, yeah. That sounds right. That doesn't look right. No. No, hold on. God, the dumbest Google ever. Oh, it's just called an indoor bike trainer. It's just called the obvious thing. So if you don't want to get a Peloton, for like $100 or less, you can get a thing that you plug your bike into, and then you can do it, inside. And I use these for a number of time, or for a pretty long time when I was biking for training, and they're pretty good. So this would be the like, I don't want to leave my home. I really, really want to bike. I want to do it on a relative budget. This is probably your most budget option because this is going to be like, even if you have a cheap gym, after like the third month, this would have been cheaper. Yeah, they have adjustable resistance. Yeah. Did I miss mono blue slop? No, you 100% did not. You 100% did not. Okay, no more ado. No more ado. Wolf Slays has sent in a spooky deck. This deck's plan is to make a ton of tokens and use those tokens for value and win. You're a poet. You are a goddamn child. Never mind. Whenever Aang and Katara enter or attack, make X 1/1s where X is tapped artifacts and creatures. Okay. No tags. Oh, look, airbending. Oh, look, token doubling. Oh, good. Tapping my creatures. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, jolly. Oh, me. Oh, my. I hate you, man. I hate you. There's... What in the fucking EDH rec is happening here, dude? The dot... Sure. It doesn't matter. Like, I wanna hate this deck. I wanna hate this deck because I'm sure it's every fucking token doubler. Yeah, great. Every token doubler, all the like kindred typal shit you can imagine. It's just, oh man. My brain's so smooth, my curve so greedy. And you know what? It's not gonna fucking matter because Wolf is in Bant. And Bant is the color combination that is spoon-fed more than a premature baby. So they're gonna get away with it. What do you have? Oh, a 5-mana flicker engine? It's great, yeah. Superb. 40 command towers, yeah, whatever. It's Bant. You have the mana. Great. I wonder if we even had to scroll on EDH Rec for this one. Oh, good, a token Oh! God Damn it. Oh my god. The word clouds. The fucking word clouds. They're winning. How did you? I still think you've almost fucked this up. I still think you've almost managed to do this wrong because I see a million doublers. I do see a lot of mana rocks, so the rocks might carry. I see so few ways to get creatures to tap early. So we're going to be dropping like our big 6 mana token maker for like 2. Which is what you deserve, to be clear. I also need to add Yeesh Chola. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I also think you should not have 40 lands. This is crazy. This is you're trying to pretend that you're a responsible adult, but I swear to God, you just went 40 command towers, 60 cards that would make Maldhound mad. But I feel like you want to be really big on mana dorks, because you want to just go like land dork, land dork, land dork, Angan Katara. Great. Great. So fucking cool. You'll get away with it too. Nobody will stop you. It's bracket 2. People have to be courteous. There are no game changers in here, people. That means you can't be rude to them. What does this even do? So we do command tower, pass. Command tower, marble diamond. Command tower, ornithopter. Command tower. So we could Angan Katara, which would give us 2 1/1s, which I think is a little bit sad. Or probably just do Primal Vigor. And then we do land. We could make 4 now. I don't love that. I think we do Patchwork Banner and then give everything Convoke. God, I hate, bro. I hate and I despise. We have 6 turns of clear nothing. Clear nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We make 6 1/1s, and then we wipe the board. That is our only contribution to society. We have a bunch of children, and then we set off the nuke. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. We have Mirror Mind. You don't even have anything good to copy. You just have more token slop. You just like this in your deck. Mirror Mind Crown is a device that turns corn syrup into corn syrup. You've achieved nothing. It was already the lowest common denominator. We don't have anything else to do with it. Great, we have Reese. We play Reese. We miss our land drop. I concede in shame. Alright, so turn 1 we do nothing. Turn 2 we do nothing. Turn 3 we play Commander Sphere for some reason. Turn 4 we play Parallel Lives. Oh no, we play Sunborn. Turn 6. And then again we have this like... Put it on Aang and Katara. They all enter and make more tokens. You have described to me the process by which I turn corn syrup into more corn syrup. Like, if you wanted to... Golly, Wolf. Golly. Yeah, 360. Thank you for the 250 bits. Okay, so the clear problem we have, even if I am to support this dream, is we have no board presence and we are incredibly stoppable. Like if we just rip Aang and Katara, we make one token, we have no protection. All we have is board wipes and attempts to win the game, and it's good that you have attempts to win the game. We got some counter stuff, which isn't nothing. But like you're doing all of this bullshit to double the number 1. When if we just hit like dork token doubler Aang and Katara, that's like turn 4, I make 4 things. Or if we had any of the good stuff that could make us other creatures that could be tapped, like we could have. We've slept on Anok Strike Leader. We have slept on Adeline. Like all of these things we could be curving out into that would work with things like Phineas, that would work with things like Kathar's Crusade, that would make it less of like, I need you. Like this deck is trade deal. You let me resolve and equip stuff to a 6-mana commander. You lose the game, but I get to laugh very, very loud. It's in a horrible, horrible place. And so you for sure gotta shave some of this doubling stuff. Because you're doubling just a low number. Like what if we doubled making 3? I think the diamonds are fine. Like they're definitely the weakest ramp in the deck, but the diamonds are okay. Yeah, Amara Soul of the Accord could do it. I think we would want I think you would want Wand of the World Soul too. Like if you want to have all of these guys that aren't, if you want to have guys that aren't just mana dorks, we do want to have a way to turn them into mana dorks, and you have that with Prop Room. But I think Wand of the World Soul is worth doing on top of that, because that way you could have like, you could use Phineas, you could use Adeline once you put it in, you could use Elish Norn. Oh hell yeah, Jesus God. Yeah, so you gotta, what's this curve? Impeccable. Truly impeccable. Why would I ever play on turn 1? Why would I ever do a turn 1 play? The mana sinkhole. This is the mana like spot between the car seats where your wallet falls. How often can the deck actually trigger Displacer Kitten? A decent amount, because they have a lot of mana rocks right now. I think Displacer Kitten should probably go as you turn a lot of this artifact ramp into creature ramp. Like Bant just does. Bant wants you to be on creatures anyway. If you want to be doing a lot of mana rocks, I would have your whole strategy move over to being more artifact focused. Whereas right now you're like, what if I had a strategy that only cared about creatures? The only thing in the world I want to do is have a lot of creatures and put a lot of +1/+1 counters on them and have them enter the battlefield and modulate their power and toughness. How am I doing that? I'm playing only artifacts for 3 turns. You need help, dog. Okay, fair enough. Because like even though it says and or, Bant artifacts and Bant creatures are so deep and broad that it very, very much wants you to commit to one. You get one wife. You get one wife. I'm not seeing Ocelot Pride. Am I missing it, or is that an obvious include here? You're missing the heavenly restriction that Wolf apparently made, which is that I can't play any good 1-drops in my 6-mana Bant creature-focused commander deck. No 1-drops. Not at all. Impossible. And then... Is there anything we can do that's similar to Mirrormind Crown? Because unfortunately, I do think Mirrormind Crown is the correct answer. You don't have any card draw, but I don't. You know what? This deck doesn't need card draw because every card does the same fucking thing, and it just says token. Do we want Mirror Form? I don't think we want Mirror Form. Ah, yes. I hate turn 1 plays. I love mana rocks. Alright, turn 5, we make 4 1/1s. Turn 6. I Elspeth. I uptick. Make 2. Swing. 1, 2, 3, 4. I make 14. The game's over. It just fucking works. It just fucking works. What do we do, brother? See, I see nothing but your illness. See, says the gentleman hanging out beside. I can't even talk. I can't even talk. Witness, understand me. Says the beleaguered gentleman behind the 7-Eleven holding a 40 ounce of malt liquor. No, I don't see. Bant, it just fucking works. Yeah, so I think my most honest reaction to this deck is this is the exact type of deck that does not deserve to be bracket 2. I think you are doing a thing that is so good and well supported that it does not deserve to be played in the bracket where people have to let you do your thing. Like, because every single card in here is just a token or a counter staple. Folds to Authority of the Consuls? What? Why? Oh, good for you. You gain 14 life. All of my creatures get plus 15, plus 15? This doesn't fold. The Authority of the Consuls player gets like a little bit of an over the pants handy before they're put into the wood chipper. But yeah, Authority of the Consuls does not bother this person at all. Disgusting. You are so deep in the EDH rec corner. I don't know if we're ever getting out. This deck does not have a thought behind its eyes. I hate it completely. You've somehow managed to make it as generically good as possible and still make it bad because we don't have elves. Please look at Halimar Excavator. Oh, Halimar. See, this would be funny. Holy shit. I could get behind that. Dude, it's speaking to me. It's speaking to me. Could we do some fun stuff with Moonlit Meditation? Not really, because the deck doesn't have fun stuff to do. It's just staple after staple after staple. This is the... Hold on. Okay. Okay, are we having... I think I'm having fun now. Are we... Is this anything? Maybe if I get Moonlit Meditation in here, then I'll understand what it is to have a good time. No, we're not having any fun with Moonlit Meditation. Maybe it starts being fun if you do a couple more. Okay, you're right, you're right. Yeah, if I start doubling the entire facade. I think if we had I think what this is missing spiritually is outs like Halimar Excavator. Like something to play for that does not have the tremendously high level of support that every other archetype in this deck has. Not that you couldn't go out and play, like you could go out and play this and it would work. But I think it's just very like all of the no, this actually wins the game. Let's not undersell how good Bant is at just pub stomping bracket 2. Because the thing is, if you can remove you can remove Aang and Katara on site every single time they play them, like yeah, the deck doesn't work, but a lot of bracket 2 and bracket 3 decks don't work if you just remove the commander on site every single time. So the things I would believe in for this deck are we do Halimar Excavator, or we do Mirror Form, and we have something different that we're playing to Mirror Form. Altar of Dimension would do the same as Halimar. I don't think that's true because Altar of Dementia... We can't clone Altar of Dementia as easily as we can clone the Halimar guy. I think that's the thing, because we can put Mirror Mind Crowned on the Halimar guy. We can use Essex to get Halimar. We could do Rite of Replication. Yeah, this one's not as funny because it basically just gives evasion, but that's what I would say. This is hold on. God damn it, there's too many bodybuilder influencers now who season their food. Fine. This is the deck. This is the deck, man. This is what you've shown me. Is it gonna work? Yeah. You're hitting your protein goals for the day. Are you happy? You shouldn't be. We gotta do something. We gotta get something freaky going on here. We can't have adult Aang and adult Katara. I am pulling them up on screen so I can make this joke. We cannot have adult Aang and adult Katara doing missionary for 8 fucking turns and then crater hoofing people. We gotta put something in there. And then yeah, run biorhythm and you're probably good. You know what? Oh, you know what the play is? You know what the play is? Hold on, I've solved it. Here's the deck idea. Here's what would make me love this deck. So you do all the Aang and Katara doubling stuff. Your challenge is your win condition is biorhythm and Aether Flux Reservoir. Do that. Then I might laugh. It wouldn't work because by the time you had 150 creatures, you could win 8 other ways. But that would make me laugh. I am feeding them all to the piss laser. Tremendous. But Wolf, get the fuck out of my house. We're going to the manual ad break. We're gonna do the raffle. We're gonna look at a custom card, and then it's time for Shaper. All right, first from Little Mix Doom, we have It's Raining Somewhere Else. A 4-mana sorcery, choose an opponent. If that player has more cards in hand than you, draw cards equal to the difference. You can also play it as a land, enters tapped when it enters Scry 1. Yeah, that's super fine. Very, very weak, but a 2-color deck might run it instead of a basic. Yeah, I'm okay with that. From Elikman, we have the Jamangadar GCR, a 3-mana spacecraft. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, put your choice of a +1/+1 counter or charge counter on this spacecraft. Stations, and at 6+, you get a flying 4/4. I like that. It's very, very, very weak. But I think if we made it any stronger, it would probably be made stronger by making it flexible enough that more than Clue decks would want it. And I think Clue decks really deserve something like this, where they have a toy that is just for them, that they like. Job done. And then from Aegis Athene, we have Larcenous Lashing, a 2 generic 2 double blue aura enchantment. When this aura enters, tap the enchanted creature and make a treasure. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. And you're asking if it could be 2 and a blue. Hold on. Yes, I think it could. Because we have this, which is an example of 2 and a blue for a common level tap down aura that gives you a benefit. And so you don't get flash, but you do get the treasure. I think that's okay. What about Stuck in Summoner's Rift, me when my team isn't surrendering? That card is 0 mana and the rules text is only ah. Alright, next we have the Midnight Armory from Secret Bean Man. A 5 and a black for a legendary artifact that's indestructible, and when it enters, exile your graveyard. You can tap it, and until end of turn, you may cast spells from among cards exiled with the Midnight Armory by paying life equal to their mana value rather than paying their mana costs. Oh, I hate that, and you could definitely print it. I like. Could you? It might have to enter tapped. Yeah, it might have to enter tapped, and but then I think, unfortunately, you could probably print it based on the other bullshit they've printed. Can this just loop extra turns forever with enough life gain? No, because you would only get each spell from out under it once. Unless you had... if you're in blue, though, and you could flicker the artifact, you could do, like, every spell... Oh, I hate this, yeah. Never mind. Die in hell. Burn in hell. What's wrong with my words today? It must be working out 4 days in a row. That must be bad for you. I should stop doing that and just eat Taco Bell. All right, next from Silver Gravity, we have Salon Solitaire, which we have made more complicated. 3 mana legendary artifact. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained life, put a counter on this. If you lost life, put a counter on this. If you both gained life and lost life, draw a card. Remove 8 counters from it. Until end of turn, whenever you gain or lose life, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Sack this artifact at the beginning of the next end step. That seems too good. Wall of Blood +30/+30. That seems... Now I think we've overcooked it. I guess it would require us to be an Esper. But I think you made it more tantalizing. I think you made it more tantalizing for sure. This does also feel much more Orzhov. I think Marshmallow Brothers right. Because gaining, like caring about gaining life and losing life is very much an Orzhov thing. We already have Orzhov cards that do that. White-blue feels a lot more like it would care about only gaining. So that may just be an identity problem. But yeah, I think for the 8 counters... The 8 counters, I get +1/+1 counter on every creature every time I gain life. That's too much. That's too much. I don't see what makes this a blue card. Hope that helps. I'm doing good, Lune. How you doing today? It has to be Azorius to match Fiorina's design. If it has to be Azorius, I think you, for identity reasons, should probably move away from caring about gaining and losing life. Also, Lentman, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. That is the end of the customs. We're going to do the Wheel of Names to see if we're doing a free deck roast today. Or see if we're doing a free deck roast right now. Not right now. Get fucked. Time for Shaper. Shaper has sent in a spooky deck. Gotta pop out and show people that combat matters. Come prepared to taste this sock full of pennies. Now, for important context, Shaper talks a big game, but Shaper operates with the heavenly restriction that they are only allowed to build Pauper EDH decks. So they're all of their cards in the 99 are common rarities. So their decks are usually very, very weak, but they do their level best to make them matter in spite of being weak. Go fuck yourself. Nope. I was wrong. He's a bitch. You're a bitch. Okay. So normally, right? Normally, Shaper does weak decks. Today, Shaper has apparently walked in and gone, oh me, oh my, just how in the world could I make some type of weaponry out of this sack of rusty nails and this here bag of fertilizer? I just plumb, I have no idea how limited to only commons, rusty nails, and this half brick of C4 I found in the dumpster, I could make a functional commander deck. Mauled, help me. Therapy. That's the help. Therapy. Go lay in the grass. This shit's gonna be bracket 3 somehow. This shit is gonna be fringe CEDH somehow. Bracket 3. Yeah, $10 Zata deck, that could win a CEDH tournament. Alexios did it. My lord. Fine Colombian Hedron. 2+ goblins in a trench coat. 350. Write this down, write this down. So alright, so write this down is draw. Make us guys. Make us money. Do damage. 34 lands, great. You know what kills me about looking at Shaper's deck is I think Shaper is like one of the top. I think Shaper's probably the best deck builder that has ever submitted here. Like they're just so much better than everybody who builds commander decks at like picking a thing they need to do and doing it. Maybe because they work exclusively with trash. Nuh-uh, it's me. I don't know. You probably have to pay me $500 to show me a deck right now to prove it. Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is every land we need for the whole deck. We pass for 3 turns. We make 2 1/1s. A dramatic stinger plays. What are these? I don't even care what these make. They make goblins. We play Zata. A dramatic stinger plays. We play plundering barbarian. We make a treasure. Okay, I go Might of the Meek. I draw 4. I go Expedite. I draw 4. Damn, this shit is ass. Hold on. I think I pass. I think next turn with Flick a Coin we get to do it, but we didn't. We were 1 mana short of doing Flick a Coin. I dump all these worthless lands. Alright, I think we want to hold Rally at the Hornburg for as long as we can. Massidian Elder, make a 0/1. Oh gosh, I don't care. I can't sacrifice you, but whatever. I think we do Otherworldly Outburst on Zata, so it goes on everybody, and then we sack the treasure, we do Flick a Coin, Because we can't save these 1 toughness guys, but we can turn them into 3/2s. So I draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I make 6 treasure tokens. These guys all die, but they become 3/2s now. So I'm just going to keep them on board as 3/2s. I think now that I have this new round of 3/2s, this is where I go rally at the Hornburg to give them haste. And then I probably go like... Wait, target blocking creature? Are you joking me? Yep. Yep. It's a common. It's a common. You got me. You got me. This is all assuming our opponents play no removal and or are below drinking age. Yes, I've seen Shaper's Pod. That is a correct assumption. That's so crazy. So I get 2 more guys. I get to give them all +6 +0. I don't think I draw a card for this. Yeah, +6 +0. And then I just try to kill somebody. Shaper's on YouTube. Free mulligan. God, there has to be a land on top. Great. There has to be a... Oh my god, there's a land on top. So Mog, we make a goblin. Okay, on this upkeep, do we actually want to keep this guy around? I doubt it. We let him die and we make a new goblin. We don't... I think we just fucking wait, dude. I think we just fucking wait. 2 goblins? 2 goblins? I mean, the rats, but who's counting? Turn 6, Zada's here. This is like... This has to be the worst deck I have ever seen that would absolutely scar anybody who had not played against Zada. Because we go land, breakthrough, I have 7 additional manas. I have 7 additional cards. I have 7 additional cards. 3 more damage. 3 more damage. 4 more damage. 3 more, and they're dead. They're dead. They've been Zada hoofed. They've been Zada hoofed. 8 of the ancestors would have gotten you there sooner too. I mean, it would have, but it seems very, very greedy to me to use any of the treasure generators, because it feels like the deck probably falls flat if you don't hit a treasure generator. Like the ETB guys who make a treasure I love, but the instants and sorceries that make a treasure, using them when I don't have Zada out feels terrible. Alright, I'm hitting all my lands. God bless. Draw 4. Make 2. I have 2 humans. Flick a coin. I lose 4 creatures, which is horrifying, but I want cards and money. God, this is so bad. God, this is so bad. Holy shit. I want cards and money as every red player's entire experience. Yeah, this is like... This is a rough one. I don't know if I can sign off on this one, Shaper. Normally I'm a fan. This one, though... This one is definitely, I think, one of the more powerful things you have ever submitted. Mauled, embrace the mono red existence. Yeah, but I hate, like, I don't actually want to beat up meth heads, and that feels like what this is. Like, the only thing I can do to Zada is bully them, and I don't want to bully them. I want to give them Narcan and safe housing. Like, I don't want to I don't want to lightning bolt you. I want to teach you financial literacy and give you the first blanket you've ever felt. I can't do it. It's so... And Shaper chose this life too. Alright, so we get 2 goblins. We hit a land drop because God loves us. Do we have a treasure maker? No. So we molten birth, flip a coin, flip a tails. Sure, we won. We won the flip. Fuck, man. Draw a card. Fuck, man. Haste magic. Fuck, man. We're not getting... Or no, I wouldn't haste magic because I had another card draw spell in my hand. So I would have drawn that off of Warlord's Fury, and then I would Ancestral Anger. Where the fuck is this land drop, man? I get a treasure. There it is. Turn 6, Izada. Turn 7. Alright, I got 6 guys. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. Land drop. Might of the Meek. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I think we just, like, outburst, throw everything, do it again with 3/2s. God. Yeah, I don't know if you need... I think it's perfect. It's awful, but I think it's the best it could possibly be under the restrictions you have laid out for yourself. Zada is kind of a code red, haha. Yeah, Zada in any context you ever see them in is just like, hey, did they untap with like 4 or more creatures? You might be dead. That should just be like a PSA. I think if I ever did a series that like wasn't a roast, but was like a commander PSA, it would just be like, Zada by themselves, fine. Zada with 3 children. This is a bomb. None of those children are actually children. They are bricks of C4, wrapped in fabric, and put on little stilts to walk down the street. Do we have Shiny Impetus? Is Shiny Impetus a common, or are you about to get banned? Oh my god, it's a common. Does this fork too? Or is it only instants and sorceries? No, it's instants and sorceries only. Shiny Impetus doesn't do it. I've lost to Zada like 5 times in the past year. Terrence, how many board wipes do you keep on your person at all times now? What's the trauma response looking like, Terrence? Do we have Screaming Fury or is it too much overkill? I do not think it's too much overkill. I think this is too much mana. A lot of the deck is like, I need to chain a 1 mana spell into a 1 mana spell to try to cast a Treasure Maker. Like, I think the only thing we have that's 3 mana in the deck right now is Flick a Card because it makes you mana and draws you cards. The rest of the time, we want to be chaining as efficiently as possible into something that will make me mana. Did you see the TMNT precon? Not yet. We're looking at it tomorrow. God, are you a bitch and I hate you, or are you peak? This is Zada. And so it is terrible. And you're a bad person for playing it. Why not both? You can't be both. Or maybe you're a peak bitch that I hate. I love to hate you. You're like Cersei Lannister. Okay. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Shaper, go fuck your brother. Have a terrible day. We're moving on to the manual ad break, and then it's going to be, I think, Jesus or whoever it was. But I don't think there's anything we can do to upgrade this deck. I think the only thing you can do to upgrade this deck is like sacrifice a chicken before you shuffle up every time, because it seems to live or die on, do I get like my 3rd land and a treasure token, which is where red players want to be. I don't know that I've ever seen you post something that was so killable with 1 stiff breeze. Like, this is that SpongeBob character whose bones are made of glass. You're getting killed playing flag football. Yeah, 360. Thank you for the 200-bit cheer. Boss, I had a dumb idea. If you had extra time today, do a deck roast on the TMNT deck like if a viewer submitted it, where chat tries to talk back like they're the Wizards or deck roasty. Waited for ad break to not ruin VOD. No. Respectfully. I think I'll just do, because the normal review of it works that way. Anyways. Red has like no protection. Did my players not draw removal? You know for a goddamn fact these people did not run removal. So you're doing the Lord's work. You're doing the Lord's work to teach them that removal is good. Does the deck contain Barge In? If it is a common, probably. If it's not a common, probably not. I don't think I mean, maybe we love this. Is there any other, like... You could, I mean, Furious Resistance is really funny. What else does it give? Trample? I mean, you could consider it over Infuriate, but I think we have a lot of lateral moves there. Whitebread, thank you for the Prime sub for the 20th month in a row. Can I get a fuck capitalism shout out as I grapple with the ultimatum of being forcefully demoted to 2 terrible part-time jobs or 1 part-time job where I cannot pay anything but bills? Fuck capitalism, dude. That's awful. That's so dog shit. RP Jesus, thank you for sounding off. Saddest of Pandas, I'm having an okay day. I'm pretty lightheaded today, and looking at Zada is not helping me one bit. Yeah, because you really need every single one of these pieces of kitty litter. Like the box is full, man, and it smells like crap, but when we throw it at you, oh boy. Oh boy, when we throw it at you. Is Daring Discovery, and it's way too expensive. Try again. Like, the Discover 4 is really tasty, but I think that is, God, that is juicy. But if it ever, like, if it comes to us when we're still trying to get to Zada, we probably don't draw a land because of it. And if it comes to us while we're in the middle of a Zada turn, we probably don't have the 5 mana to cast it. If we could, what we need some type of like companion rule where you can tell people, okay, Daring Discovery is the companion in my deck. If you let me put this in the companion zone so that I can have it in hand whenever I have resolved Zada, I will do like 100 push-ups before I resolve it. You want CMC less than or equal to 2 for Zada, yeah? Yeah, you want it less than or equal to 2 unless it's really good. Yeah, 360, that's exactly it. I think it would, because first of all, Chad is already going to defend the deck if I say anything rude, and so we don't have to, uh, we don't really have to force that dynamic. Like, already when I review a precon, anytime I go like, this card's bad, there's somebody who that is their favorite card in the entire world, and they're in chat going like, well, you haven't thought about what happens if I combine it with Tony Cock, the legendary 3-mana Bant commander, and Sure Stick Flufflebutt, the 4-mana mono blue synergy piece that was published in Spider-Man, who can bounce things for -2 mana if they happen to be a human elf hybrid. Like, I am that guy. I love Daring Discovery. It's so good if we draw it at the right time. Like, highest variance card in the entire deck. If we draw this off the top of the deck the turn after we resolve Zada, it is the most powerful card ever, and it is completely dead in every other situation. Simply draw it at the right time, though. That's a skill issue. You know what? You're right. Shaper. Hold on. I need you to start watching this guy's YouTube videos, and then once you can cheat cards to the top of the deck, you run Daring Discovery. No, Blight does not target Lightning Lodell. Okay, let's run Wheel of Names. Yes, the deck is only common. Shaper too often blows their playgroup out, and so they have limited themselves to only playing with commons while the rest of their table plays with real and good cards. Dan Gamer Banan, thank you for the 3 streams in a row. Welcome back to the dog park. You forgot to take off one not right now last time? Well, now I'm not doing it this time either. Involuntary employment. Is this a treasure maker? It's too expensive. We have plenty of other options that do this at 2 mana or 3 mana and can also make us a treasure, and so it's not worth the investment. Mana's very, very tight when you have 34 lands and no ramp and are a greedy mono red player. All right, I'm going to the bathroom, and then DeGene's, are you here? If you're not here, we're gonna move on to Wendy's Baconator. I'll be right back. Oh, sweet kitty. Oh, her tummy's exposed. Oh, hi, baby girl. Oh, hi, baby girl. Genus, like jeans, penis? Not like that at all. Not like that even a little bit. It is the gene. I have typed it in chat. I have typed the name in chat if they are there. I'll be right back. You're staying with your daddy who loves you. You're staying. You're staying. Staying with me. I'll bid 500 on the kittens. You gotta bid your life, dog. I'll. Mm. No, no, no. Not my baby girls. I bid my life? Too bad. I didn't want yours. You play Daring Discovery. What do I want with your life? I want the life of somebody who's good at magic. I'll be real, my ideas hinge too much on chat because my favorite content creator ideas are from people like Doug, whose entire things is making programs that allow chat to do dumb things, which allows chat to be funny, something that can't be replicated with a shiny cardboard game. I mean, we'll get there eventually. We're trying it with the deck competition this Sunday, or this Saturday. Hey, Maul, before we move on, is the deck goblins? Mostly, it's not all goblins. Some of the stuff makes other things. It's all commons. I play like 12 2-mana rocks though. Not helping yourself. Not helping yourself. I don't think they run Brightstone because I really don't think we have enough. We have 7 goblins in the deck, dog. Yeah, we have 7 goblins in the deck. Oh, yo, boss, so you're not going to be doing a custom stream tomorrow. Will 3K redeems still be on the table, or are those also out? I'm not sure. You will know it when stream starts, basically. Because the reason we're not doing a custom stream tomorrow is because I want to do other stuff that will be... Oh no, did I not save? Damn! I never saved my MS Paint creations. I wanted to work on craft tomorrow, but being reminded of the TMNT thing... recency bias good, and so I think we do need to go over that deck, and that falls into the money category. So we'll see. It depends how long I'm going to spend on stream. Hello, Balder. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? All right, DeGenies is not here. The camera is a little bit too small. There we go. Make it a little bit bigger. Great. And then, oh, earlier, Pending Platypus asked a personal question that I missed. I'm so sorry for that. You ever have to deal with a dirty roommate? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've both been a dirty roommate, and I had to deal with one roommate who, in college, I was on the rowing team. And rowing, you're very smelly. You're working out all the time. But we had like a locker room and showers. And so you all like showered before you went home for the day. And so it wasn't like we weren't just stinking up our house, except for one guy, because he was the coxswain. And if you don't know how a rowing boat works, you have like 8 people. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got 8 little dickheads. These are all the rowers. These are all the like big, strong, sweaty guys, sweaty gals, sweaty people, whatever. And then at the front of the boat, you have one little person whose only job is to yell. Their job is to weigh like 100 pounds and yell and tell you how to row better. They're kind of like a like mini coach almost. And so when I was rowing in college, we had one guy who was a coxswain, and every day when we finished practice and we went to the showers, he was like, "Oh, I don't need to shower. I didn't work out." And we thought at the time, yeah, sure, whatever, man. Maybe he just didn't want to be naked in front of everybody, because there was a lot of that like weird homoerotic pseudo hazing that went on. Like when the first day that we went into the locker room as freshmen, one of the upperclassmen, there was like if you came in from that door, right, there's like lockers this way, and then there's mirrors so that you could groom yourself. And there was this like 6'5", super jacked Australian guy, who, mirrored to his back, we walk in right there. He's like this, totally naked. He's bent so far down that his head is down between his legs, and his hands are right here. And he sees us, and he goes, "All right, I'm just checking out my nethers." So, like, we could understand why somebody didn't want to use the showers. We understood. And what we found out was that not only was he doing that, he was never showering ever. So we didn't press him when he didn't want to shower with us, because like we were all showering, like no curtains, no stalls, no nothing. It's just like 20 water spigots all next to each other. And then we found out that this coxswain, he was showering like once every 10 days. He would only shower, like he would shower at home, but he would only shower once he decided that he smelled too bad. So once he could smell himself. And if you have ever been a person who has trouble with being stinky, you know at the point you can smell yourself, you are a biohazard. And he just didn't fucking get... Yeah, he was showering less than once a week. He was showering less than once a week. And so we made him live in the basement. Which is where the story is gonna get... There were bedrooms in the basement! We did not lock him up. But like when we moved in together, we did yell at him. But we're also not his fucking dad. Like we weren't gonna like... We did not care enough about him being stinky that we were gonna like carry him in. Like we didn't care that nobody wanted to date him. Because we sat him down and told him, hey, if you do that, because he would complain about how he like couldn't get girls. And we were like, this is why, dude, you smell awful. You smell truly awful. And he was like, oh yeah, I'll change. And then he wouldn't change. This is a real story, Queen. And so when we were picking rooms to live in our house, we were like, you have to live in the basement. You are too stinky to be allowed on the main floors. That was all we did. You smell too bad to be allowed in the main living area. It was crazy. Bro has stink lines coming up from him like in the comic books. He did. He really did. You gave him the room with the worst airflow? Yeah, but like we gave him the room where we didn't have to smell him. Bro was the real life pig pen. And he like, I think after, and the thing is what changed him was he got one of those like devastating crushes on somebody where they never cut the relationship off. They tried to stay friends through the entire thing. And eventually she called him stinky. And then he changed. We told him many times. We told him many times, hey man, this is a problem. Hey man, do something about this. And he was like, yeah, I will. And then this woman told him one time, like, you kind of smell. Bro was in there with the Irish Spring. But he was like funny guy, good friend, good at row. Like, well, he didn't row, he coxed, but like good at what he did. And so we still liked him. Like we still loved him and wanted his life to improve. And that was why we were like, okay, we'll still live with you, but like you got to get in the box. You got to get in the stink box, dog. Did they not like water? I have no idea. There was another. Do you guys want to hear an even crazier one? Maltine, how do I get my deck roasted? There are 3 options. Balder, we have a roast command if you're in Twitch chat. Maybe he was hydrophobic. We row on the water in the Pacific Northwest where it rains every day. I would hope he's not. But there was another guy who was even crazier who was on the rowing team. This guy was an actual rower. So we'll say it's him. And this guy was so fucking pretty. It was bullshit. Like you know all the like dumbass Chad diagrams like looks maxers will pull up. This guy just looked like that normal style. Aesthetic is all hell. A bunch of the women were crushing on him. And he got away with this for months because he naturally smelled pretty good. But there was one point at which somebody caught him being very stinky, and we found out this man had not showered in 6 months. Naturally, we asked him why. We were like, why not? We see you like in the locker room. You're like the last out of the locker room. We thought you were taking really long showers. What do you mean? Did he just not sweat? If only. What he did at the end of every practice was at the end of every practice, actual Nurgle's blessing. At the end of every practice, we had stationary bikes, and he would do an hour of like easy to moderate biking at the end of every practice, and he would sweat while he was on there, and he was just like, yeah, man, I just felt like after sweating that much, it felt like a natural bath. Like it felt like my natural oils, and I would drink so much water that it felt like that was just cleaning me off. And so I would just towel down after that and go to dinner. How did it take 6 months for anyone to say anything? Because this man was fucking blessed, and he smelled naturally very good. So for like the first 3 months, he was actually just pheromone maxing. It was like 3 months of he just smelled naturally delicious. Horrifying, I know. Like 2 months. 2 months of he's starting to smell a little bit bad, but not bad enough that people are going to talk about it with him. And the other problem is, at practice, we all smell bad. And so if you smell like, oh wait, oh there's sweaty ass out here, you don't know who. All 80 of us smell like sweaty ass. Was he not visibly dirty? No, because he was wiping himself off with like a towel, and he would get so sweaty. Like he was almost like cat bathing himself. Because he would be on the bike for an hour sweating, and he would just like wipe himself down with the sweat. And then he would get rained on every once in a while. Like we were in Washington State, it was at UW. So it would rain often enough that he would get kind of like a halfway shower every other day, because the rain would fall during practice and then water would touch his skin. And that's part of why he made it so long. Like if it had happened in a dry state, he never would have gotten away with it for 6 months. Can we change the topic? I'm getting sick. Yeah, we can change the topic. I'm so sorry. Alec, man, thank you for the 1 year with Prime. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate your Bezos bucks. Thank you so much. I'm very glad that I could motivate you to improve your life even a little bit. That warms my heart. I need to know if he showered after that. He had to change schools because of a different reason that I don't think we can open that can of worms today. Cody Coy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Forgive me, Maldhound, for I am weak. I gave in and bought the Turtles precon for the lands. I think that's probably fine. I haven't looked at it yet, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm trying to think if I have any other like crazy stinky men stories. I don't think I do. We had a lot of drug addicts. I think the funniest thing that ever happened was like, this is the last one I'll tell, I promise. But one of the funniest things that ever happened was I never knew about, like I never got wind of anybody like doping on the team, because even though we were a pretty competitive program and you would assume that at least somebody was on PEDs, never heard of anybody on the team on PEDs, but there were people doing like party drugs. And our coach got wind of it one time, and he had a big team meeting where he really put the hammer down. He said, I'm drug testing all of you. If any of you test positive for marijuana, for ecstasy, for any of this shit, You are off the team, no questions asked. And he called up one of the people that he knew was like a party guy who was in the 4th varsity. And he was like, you go to the bathroom right now, fill this. And he gave him a little piss thing. And he's like, we're all doing this right now. So that guy goes to the bathroom. While he's in the bathroom, this big Serbian guy, who had been on his country's like national team, so he had represented his country internationally before coming to our school, gets up and says, "Coach, can I talk to you for a minute?" Because this guy had been chain smoking and ripping ecstasy on the weekends. And him and the coach walk out of the room for like 2 minutes. I don't know what they talked about, but I can only presume he said something to the effect of like, listen, man, it is going to melt the jar. Because they came back in and he's still arms crossed looking all intimidating. He's like, go home. I'll tell you more about this tomorrow. Don't do drugs. And then he walked out. And the cherry on top is the guy who went to go piss, did get drug tested, did piss hot, did get cut, no questions asked. He still did it to that guy. It fucking killed me, man. It fucking killed me. Yeah, fuck you, Jeff. Oh my god, it was like so much of it was horrible and so much of it was wonderful and so much of it just is a very, very funny story now. Coach, I am on every drug. The equipment will break. Oh my god. And he was just like great rower. Like credit to him. He could fucking chain smoke on the weekends and then come back to practice and smoke every one of us. So it wasn't even like, oh my god, this fucking loafer got away with it. He was just like, listen, man, I have needs, okay? If you want the good rowing? I need the good... Horrifying. Here I was, on fucking like clean Mormon living, just getting my ass beat. No chance of catching this man. Or, chance if I had trained better, had a better mentality, had started training earlier, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. At the time we met each other, he was so far ahead of me. Stories have made me think of this. If you could go back in time, would you still do rowing or some other sport, assuming you don't know future Powerball results? I would still do rowing. The thing I would change is I would trust my coaches less. The thing that made rowing really, really bad for me is that I was stacking up. I was having just good enough results that I could get in with really good coaches. And then those coaches would push me hard and I would get injured. And whenever they like sent me to somebody about injury prevention, they would just tell me like, oh, do some crunches and some glute bridges about it, and then you'll be fine. And it was never enough. And I just stacked like injury after injury after injury on top of one another until my body just couldn't produce results anymore. and the level that I got to was pretty good, but still very far from good enough. So I would do rowing again, and I just wouldn't trust. There's one coach that I would still trust. And so I think there's one, like there was, oh man. Okay, I lied. We're doing more rowing stories. And then we're gonna do Wendy's Baconator. So thing about me, I have a very weird maximum heart rate. For most people, they throw out the formula of like, oh yeah, do 220 minus your age. Now, this is still really inaccurate for most people. It's still really inaccurate, but it can give you a starting place, right? Like for most people, hi baby. Oh, yeah, put her in here and close the door. Okay, okay. Okay, that's fine. So most people will have a heart rate, a maximum heart rate that is somewhere between like 170 to 200, or maybe a little bit over 200, somewhere in there. For me, the max heart rate that that your boy Maldhound has ever hit was 229. I hit that as a 21-year-old in the middle of just like some other high effort workout. And this is beats per minute. Hold on, one of these cats is yelling so loud. Baby girl.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so anyway, my max heart rate was 229 BPM. I have had this tested in a sports medicine facility. This is not me putting on a fucking Apple Watch, seeing a really high number and being like, oh my god, I'm just some type of freak. I have confirmed this over like more than 10 different heart rate monitors. I have confirmed it with chest-based heart rate monitors. I have confirmed it with like nothing interfering with the belt. I have confirmed it in a sports medicine lab. Three of my coaches, all of whom had experience on the national team, when confronted with this data, told me, oh, it's probably wrong. Stop monitoring your heart rate. I've had one coach who said, oh yeah, maybe we should change your training around that. And that was the coach I had the most success with. That was the coach with whom I went from like normal high school athlete to national championship winner in 8 months. I had a coach before that who was like, oh yeah, stop looking at it. And my coaches after that were back on the, oh yeah, stop looking at it. And fucking somehow did not see as much progress with those other coaches. So I would go back and I would do rowing and I would just not listen to those motherfuckers. Like, you row with your arms and back, son, not your heart. Because the first coach who told me, oh, don't look at this, he told us like we were meant to do an hour-long workout that was supposed to be like slow and powerful. So think doing an hour of like heavy gear resistance biking, but your RPM isn't supposed to be very high. And he was like, yeah, your heart rate should be like 140 to maybe 170 throughout this workout. Um, and I did this workout and I got a heart rate monitor to monitor this workout. And I was like, Coach, I have the data. For the 1 hour workout, my average heart rate was 203 for the 60-minute workout. And I told him, because I knew very little about heart rate, but I knew, like, I had Googled some sports medicine stuff, and I had Googled, and I was like, oh, this is higher than the range he said. I was like, is that a problem? And that was the first time I was told, oh yeah, stop using it. And this was a guy who had been like, I don't remember if he was an alternate for the Olympics or just for World Championships, but he had made it to like an international competition level team. And he was instantly like, oh yeah, that's weird. You should probably ignore it. It makes me so mad to think about now. So I can actually beat your BPM. I hit 275 at resting because a virus attacked my heart and they had to shock me back to normal. I had a bad reaction to the meds they gave me. I died for 10 seconds and now I'm on heart rate meds indefinitely. Holy shit, man. I wish you the best. Yeah, not if you feel fine, it's fine. It's med, just ignore it. Yeah, because they would like, um, God, dude, it's so stupid. Like I would, because here's what would happen. I would have I would have a like standout good performance. I would get like an outlier positive performance, and they would look at that outlier positive performance and they would then go, "Okay, well this is what your if you're capable of doing this, this is what your baseline aerobic training should be at. Like this is the intensity you should be at." And I would go train at that intensity for an hour, and I would come back and I would be like, "Coach, that baseline hour-long aerobic training was crazy fucking hard, and here's what my heart rate was for that." And they would be like, huh, sounds like you need to do more of it. Never, oh wow, maybe your graph of like the distances you're good at performing is a little bit weird or different from the average person. Just, oh, you must be a bitch at aerobic training. Do more of it and keep doing it at 200 beats a minute. And so I would just like overtrain and under recover myself into the fucking ground trying to hit their targets for these like long aerobic sessions, and then I would have nothing left. And so the only times I ever made progress was when I backed my aerobic training down to really like embarrassingly slow, because I had just never, I was like Krillin trying to fight Vegeta, and I would lose every time. But my coaches would watch me like stance up against Vegeta. They would watch me like land one hit and be like, "Oh yeah, he's fine. We don't need to change this." And then Vegeta, clearly undamaged, would hit me with the butthole Rasengan, and then I would get injured again. Krillin almost killed Vegeta on Namek, by the way. I think that's an even better example then, because they would watch me have one outlier performance like that, and then they would try to graph what my training should look like from that, and they never, yeah. It was just awful. I mean, Krillin landed Android 18 in the end, so I think he did okay long term. Fuck, I'm Krillin. He's in the other room. I'm Krillin. God damn it. I'm actually, I'm tall Krillin, bro. Landing bad bitches does not soothe sports injuries. Yes, it does. That is a lie. Have a good one, keyboard. Good to see you again. Coach is just going, maybe if he nearly dies, he'll get a Zenkai boost. You do. You can. Zenkai boosts are real. The problem was my coaches, my coaches would have me nearly die doing a 60 to 90 minute aerobic workout, and then we would come back the next day and they would be like, okay, we're doing sprints today. And then I would have nothing for sprints because I had poured my entire fucking heart and soul into this 60 to 90 minute like steady aerobic workout. And they would be like, why aren't you getting your Zenkai boost, bro? I think you're a bitch. And all the other people who could manage the aerobic work way more easily would trash themselves on the sprints, and then they would get the good Zenkai boost. I got so many Zenkai boosts for being able to do 80 minutes of moderate aerobic activity, and I got like none for actual race speed work. Maul, did you hear about the female ICE officer who got accused of groping a protester, and her response on camera, mind you, was yeah, and you liked it? I did not hear about that. That is awful. That is entirely unsurprising if it did happen. Fuck these people. Maul, is treachery a good removal spell? Depends what you mean by good. Is it effective? Not really. Is it awesome? Yes. Zenkai boost would only work if you actually got out of the near-death experience. Yeah, and the most productive my athletic training ever was when I took the approach of I am only going to train hard twice a week, but I am going to try to make my obviously. Listen, guys, I'm a bitch. I'm gonna talk with words that make me seem like I'm not a bitch for about 15 seconds, and then we'll go back to accepting that I'm a little soft boy. But the most productive period of my athletic training ever was 2 times a week. I'm going to make myself afraid that I'm going to die during this workout. 4 days a week, working out moderate at most. Maybe I break a sweat. 1 day a week, all I do is chill. And that was the most development I ever had. Trying to do like 6 days a week of pretty hard, I would just lose the definition of what hard was, because you can't actually train all out 6 days a week if you're not on drugs. Your body will just plateau really, really quickly. And so when I went to 2 days a week, I want to fear for my own mortality during this workout, which obviously I wasn't going to die because I'm just a fucking dude yanking on a barbell or whatever. But you have to make it feel like that. Workout question. How common is it early on to taste blood when working out? Very, very common if you are chronically dehydrated. Cotton mouthing, which is what that is your body's water and electrolyte balance is off. So yeah, don't tweak about that. You are not in danger just because you feel that, but it does mean that you need water, you need electrolytes. So you did the Goku workout, Vegeta went all out, and Goku just took breaks. Yeah, take breaks. I'm a big I'm a big Dorian Yates fanboy. If any of you are familiar with this guy, I'm a big fan of train all out as hard as you can, rest yourself. I do more volume than he recommends for lifting because I'm doing a lot of stuff where the goal is not build as much muscle as possible. The goal is be healthy, move healthy. And so I do a lot more reps than he recommends because I'm trying to figure out how to move my hips well again. I don't care about like, oh, how do I add as much mass to my gluteus as possible? Whose deck roast is this supposed to be? Don't worry about it. I've seen every take, but no real info on this. Is Gatorade actually good / hydrating for workouts and such? Yes, it's awesome. The two problems with Gatorade is it's overpriced and oversugared. Glucose is good for help. Like a little bit of glucose is good for helping you hydrate. They put in way more sugar than you actually need so that it tastes better. And then you can, like, the only real knock against Gatorade is you can make Gatorade at home for a fraction of the price with like 3 ingredients. But Gatorade itself is great. Yeah, it's really good. You should never drink Gatorade unless you're actively working out. If you're drinking Gatorade outside of a workout, you are eating candy. Why not go Menser style and do one good set to failure? That's what I do when I'm doing a workout where the focus is building muscle. But I do a lot of workouts now where the focus is, how do I open my hips up? How do I balance? How do I breathe better? How do I brace better? So when the focus isn't build as much muscle as possible, I'm doing other stuff. But like for lats, I do lat pull downs 1 set to failure. For triceps, I do like push downs 1 set to failure. Overhead tricep extensions 1 set to failure. So whenever I'm trying to build muscle, I do 1 good set to failure. When I'm trying to do other stuff, I do more sets. All right, I'm sorry guys, we've gone really far afield, but I love talking about this stuff. Professor Mald, how do I stop chucking it after cardio? This is mostly a mental thing, and it means that you have to, I hate to say it, visualization and breathing. If you're chucking it after cardio, you're probably fucking up something with your diaphragm. It's like impossible for me to diagnose exactly what's wrong with your diaphragm, but like, so something a lot of us do, and I know you swim a lot, so let me make sure my pants are up high enough. Chat, do you have a bad bitch, or does she just have lumbar lordosis, which is where you go like this and you push your booty out crazy style? Because what our diaphragm really doesn't like when our hips and our pelvis are opened against each other. So if you go like this, your diaphragm really, really likes it when your rib cage and your pelvis are stacked right above each other. And swimming, I have this problem when I swim. I don't know if you have it, but it's my first guess. Swimming, it's really easy to arch a little bit. And if you arch a little bit too much and you twist a little bit awkwardly, you will slowly but surely make it difficult for your diaphragm to expand and contract the way it wants to. And if you do that for long enough, and if you do that while you're exerting yourself hard enough, it'll make you throw up. So I would say, like, take more breaks. Every break, tell yourself, I'm not going to throw up today. And then work on that stacked ribcage pelvis situation, and just keep reinforcing to yourself, not going to throw up. I'm breathing good. I'm breathing good. Let's move on. Doesn't move on. That's my streamer. All right. Wendy's Baconator. Mono white Voltron go wide. Those are opposite things. What? Mono white Voltron go wide. Secret Dune color Acorn Commander Lance Armstrong. You're just throwing nouns at me, buddy. Okay, so we have an Unfinity Commander. 5 mana mono white. Auras and equipments you control attached to Sola Flora affect other creatures you control as though those aura and equipment were attached to them. Counters and stickers on Sora Flora affect other creatures you control as though those counters and stickers were on them. So, okay. Oh, that's funky. So it's really expensive, but if I give you a sword, everybody has a sword? Okay. I know Wendy's not with us. They have one chance for this deck to be good. Motherfucker, are you serious? You failure. Failure. Immediate failure. They don't have fishing gear. They don't have the we could I want Adeline, and I want to go to a river, and I want to fly fish. Does Buster Sword save them? No, we need fishing gear. We need fishing gear. Absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Okay, so we have to make tokens, rocks and coupons. Holy cope, man. You know your commander's 5 mana, right? We're gonna get our commander removed once, and we're just gonna be like, yeah, I guess this 1/1 can be my Voltron target. Okay, so Anduril makes some 2/1s. Batterbone. Batterskull, Bitterthorn, so a lot of living weapon shit. Captain's Claws. On attack, make a 1/1 white core ally. That's pretty cute. How is Helm of the Host not there? So, let's see. No, this does not go infinite or exponential since Helm of the Host, since only one Soliflora has them actually attached. Okay, so it's a little bit weird. It is a little bit weird because of how the rulings for this work. Okay, so we have a lot of ways to for Mirrodin. Okay. God, Kemba's banner is disgusting in this. Skinwing. I hate that name. Holy shit. I don't. Okay, plus X, where X is the number of forests you control. I just want to point out, where is this fucking card? This is legal in a mono white deck. I know the staff makes dryads. I just want to point out this is a completely legal card to run in your mono white deck. Okay, so we get to dig for stuff too. Mustard ramp? What the fuck is a mustard ramp? Wouldn't you yell at them if they did? They're doing mono white Voltron. They're getting yelled at no matter what they do. Yavimaya Cradle of Growth is perhaps their one opportunity to capture some true comedy. They're literally saying, I want a Voltron, but I want to Voltron all my creatures all at the same time without having to get multiple equipments. That is the most, 10-year-old in a train store sentence I have ever fucking heard. You are dads yell, okay? I'm your dad. I'm yelling. I'm trying to give you an ice cream cone. Let me do it. Alan Howells, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I hope you were having a good stream. Oh my god, do we have Jacked Rabbit? Hold on. Yeah, we need Jacked Rabbit. We don't appear to have Jacked Rabbit. We have a little bit of protection. Sure, do we have a free? Okay, we have a bunch of free equippers too. Even if Helm of the Host doesn't go exponential, it still gives you additional Solifloras to split the equipments between so you don't look like a chump if somebody manages to kill her. I'm going to be totally real. If we have a 5 mana mono white commander that we're trying to Voltron, we look like a chump no matter what we're doing. I don't know. I don't think there are enough Solifloras in the world to make us not look like a chump. I worry a lot about this lack of ramp. This is wildly aspirational. This is like your friend complains to you about having student loans to pay back, and they're like, yeah, but I got two gas station scratch offs. I'm pretty sure this one's, and I'm calling a pick and pull to pick up my 1979 Honda Accord. I'm pretty sure I can get 10 grand out of that. Okay, hold on. We get the tutor. So we go land, pass. Land. Bitterthorn, almost certainly, right? Because we need something to be its first body. So we do Bitterthorn, turn 4, land, swing Bitterthorn, get planes, play Honda Civic Engine. Alright, and now we have enough ramp that I think I can play Soliflora, and I don't care if you kill her. What can I do now? Mjolnir's pretty gross. So I Mjolnir. Oh, but does Mjolnir double trigger, or is this like the Helm of the Host thing? So we Mjolnir, we can tap somebody down and swing at them, but it doesn't really make Bitterthorn all that big. Let me look at Helm of the Host. Yeah, Helm of the Host is referencing equipped creature as well. Okay. The reading is going to change a lot of my thoughts on this, but I feel like our token makers suck way too much ass. That's my first thought. Because we have like Dragoon's Lance. God, for 4? We can move this over for +1/+0. Also, Verity Vargas, thank you for the 15 months at tier 1. I appreciate that generosity. Sola makes every creature Voltron. So anything that is equipped or like anything attached to Soliflora affects every creature. So equipments are anthems. Now this Soliflora deck, okay, we can Captain's Claws, but we don't have a thing to put on it. Ooh, we have, one piece of removal. How bold. We keep a very greedy hand. Holy shit, we hit our second land drop. Holy shit, we hit our third land drop. Attacking with this solo doesn't really matter. We swing both. Check top 6. Holy shit. Every land goes to bottom. If we have to, we can flash in Celestial Armor. Oh, and we get to draw a card too. Great, we hit Command Tower. And now we go Living Weapon. Whatever, you're Astartes, I don't care. We do not have Soliflora mana, so I will swing, draw a card. Still don't have it. Fuck me. Play Anduril just to play it. Next turn, still don't have it. Draw a card. There. Okay, turn 6, main phase 2, we get to play our commander. Okay. Wow, I thought this was going to be horrifying, and this is like... We are not escaping bracket 2. This desperately wants Knight of the White Orchid and friends. Yeah, I'm not totally convinced it needs catch-up ramp as long as you just hit your land drops in the first place. What I am convinced it needs is I think it needs a better method of making creatures in the run-up. Like, we can't simultaneously have the problems of everything I play before my commander sucks, and it takes me a really long time to play my commander. It's okay if we take a really long time to play Soliflora, as long as we are sticking something that is threatening beforehand. But if we can't do anything threatening until Soliflora comes out, we have to be much, much more committed to her coming out. Call the Coppercoats is fine, but I'm not necessarily thinking of just like, oh, you can make tokens. I have no idea how we cast Echoes of Eternity. There's part of me that is suspicious that Wendy's Baconator believes that you can use any color of mana on Devoid. I think, Thrawn Dynamo can cast this. Thrawn Dynamo can cast it, yeah. Because the way this deck is built ramp-wise, what I would expect to see is I would expect to see you, like, trying to tempo out with, like, if you were trying to do a cute deck, you, like, tempo out over time with things like Luminarch Aspirant, Leonardo, like, stuff that you can stick early and will grow itself. And then Soliflora gets to be this, like, kind of cute equipment hoof, where you play her, you play one equipment, and now all of my medium strength creatures are very, 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 very scary creatures. And instead we just have, like, we have fucking 4 Mirrodin, dude. Hold on. Oh, let me move myself out of the way. Like, we have a real issue where we threaten nobody, and even once we begin threatening people, it takes us quite a long time to do anything meaningful. Like a crazy, I appreciate anybody trying to make For Mirrodin good, but if you want to make For Mirrodin good, you get a twink and you go to town. That's your only option. Don't do any of this sticker shit. Don't do any of that sticker shit. Just get yourself a twink, get him a very long shaft, have a good time. And so I think this would benefit an immense amount from committing more to tempo creatures, or committing more to creatures that are just like, you want to be able to curve out to this commander and feel happy about the stuff you're playing on curve, not just because it's a synergy piece with the commander. Like, it should be a synergy piece if you're building a deck that wants to work around the commander, but it should feel good enough to cast by itself, and I feel like 0 or near 0 of these creatures feel good enough to cast by themselves. Like, Inquisitorial Rosette feels horrible to cast on 2, because if I don't have a 1-drop, it's like turn 4 that I'm equipping this. You know, if I equip it to Soliflora, then I'm good. But it's very much in that building of like, I suck ass until the commander is out. And our commander is very expensive. We're not getting to them quickly. And they are very, very easy to remove. So what would be like Commander White, mana value less than equal to 4, O tag. I don't think tempo's an O tag. we have like Saboteur? I don't think white really gets Saboteur effects. Oh, we have a couple. Oh, all the fucking swords, right? Proliferate's kind of cute if we're putting counters on stuff. We have some ways to swap stuff around for free, but we don't have a lot, and we also don't have a lot of draw power. So the other thing I despise about these four Mirrodin, like all this stuff that makes its own body, is the equip cost is insanely expensive. And in the playtests we've been on, we have not had the ability to move them around like we want to. Oh yeah, we could hawk it up. What's the... God, Precinct Captain could kind of be crazy. Oh, that makes me happy. Nobody plays this guy. Nobody's ever fucking heard of this guy. Weapons Vendor would be very, very cute. You also you super need fishing gear. That's the funniest fucking thing this deck could ever play. Supermassive Gaming, we are doing that tomorrow, not today. Yeah, see, like, I want to be playing Hexgold Slith. Like, the way I want to be playing this deck is I'm playing, like, Hexgold Slith, I'm playing Luminarch Aspirant, I'm playing all these, like, Adeline, I'm playing all these 2-drops and 3-drops that can be problems, and I'm giving them a sword, and then my over-the-top is I play Soliflora, and I give her the sword, and now all of my moderate problems are massive problems, but if you shoot Soliflora, you still have a pretty moderate problem to deal with. Right now, the deck is like, oh, hey, check out this dogshit 2/2 for 5 turns, and then guess what? My commander can draw! Oh, you removed her? Well, I wish somebody had said in the Rule 0 discussion that they were running 50 removal spells. Oh, you just have 4 in the deck? Oh. Well, why'd you use it on me? Oh, because I was going to have lethal. Right, Well, I hate you. Is Bloodforged Battle Axe viable here? Maybe. I think the rulings on it might be weird. I think the rulings on it might be a little bit funky. God, Dragoon's Lance is so fucking terrible. I'm ramping. I won't even look at him. I'm ramping. I won't even look at him. See, like, if this was the deck every time, I think I could get behind that. Because this is also so much mana that you just go like, hey, yeah, you want to remove Soliflora? Cool. I'm just going to recast her next turn, and you don't have damage to worry about. So why are you stressing? Like, I think there's a political way to navigate that. But we're mucking it up with this, like, check out the best limited 2-drop you've ever seen. Does it translate to Commander? Fuck no, but I love it. And you know, loving something counts, right? I don't know how much it counts. So I think that's my overall feeling. We have to pick a lane. We are right now kind of spread between the lanes of like, I want to play stuff before my commander that matters, and then I'm going to get to my commander, and my commander is going to make my board matter. I think this deck would be a lot more fun if you were able to curve out into like, my board matters a little bit. Once I play and equip my commander, I am a problem. But this version of the deck is, I am going to curve out in such a way that you feel bad for me, And then I can equip my commander and maybe become a problem, but if you undo my commander, I am immediately no longer a problem, which I think feels really bad. Feels really bad to me. Oh, Skrell would be so hot, yeah. Because Skrell was an early threat, and then we can protect our commander later. But I really think we have to get fucked up on better 1, 2, and 3 drops. Like, you could deadass just look at creature. Oh, not O-tag. You have to go to type. So, like, this bitch, I think we have them already. Mangara might be low-key heat because she has lifelink. God, Sarah Ascendant, but this is a stupid cheater card for sure. Oh, like charismatic. Oh, like charismatic conqueror, man. Oh, there's so many delicious cards that we're sleeping on. I don't think we care about Archon of Sun's Grace. Has it already been mentioned that this commander is banned, if I'm not mistaken? It's not banned, it's just Unfinity. So you have to ask to play with it, because it's never been technically legal in the first place, but it is not like, was legal and then banned. Oh my god, Guide of Souls? There's so much potential. There's so much potential for a deck that works. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to get on board with this Wendy's Baconator because the curve out to the commander is just so nothing. Yeah, like can't do anything, can't do anything, can't do anything, and then we have a removal piece. So in this opening hand, we have one removal spell, which is decent, but it doesn't hit creatures. And then we have 3 things that are just like complete nothing burgers without our commander. Can kind of do something because it ramps us. Mega dog shit. With or without our commander, mega dog shit. Mega dog shit. This one's fine. This one's fine, but we don't have any targets for it. And then we have 2 lands and ramp. This is okay. I'm rocking heavy with this. And then like criminal dog shit without our commander. A tutor for something that will undoubtedly be criminal dog shit without our commander. Criminal dog shit. Best card ever. So I think, yeah. I'm gonna return to the pick a lane recommendation. I think the lane you want to be in is, I want to be doing a bunch of shit like curving out fucking Pip-Boy. I'm gonna hit you with the Pip-Boy nonsense. I'm running a New Vegas playthrough on your ass where I'm going Pip-Boy, I'm going Luminarch Aspirant, then I'm equipping them, and I'm getting in with a growing creature early, and then later in the game, Soliflora's coming down, the equipment are moving to her, and then she's gonna rock your fucking world. Or, if we want to be playing like, this is all criminal dog shit until I play my commander, We need way more ramp, and then we need explosive token makers like Call the Copper Coats, Secure the Wastes. There's a couple other X spells that do it, but then we should just be like all in on turn 3. I'm playing Soliflora every game. The turn after I play Soliflora, I am dumping mana into a token maker, and the turn after that, you're fucking dead because I'm equipping goddamn Excalibur. And then I think we're cooking really hard. But right now we kind of have the Thumb Twiddler 9000. Like, gosh dang it, I'm getting Bitterthorn. I'm getting Bitterthorn just to hit these land drops, brother. Yeah, turn 2 we play the 2/2 with lifelink. Turn 3 we get Bitterthorn. Turn 4 we miss our land drop, but we tutored Bitterthorn, God bless. We probably Ash. Turn 5. So like now we can curve out into Soliflora, but our threats like suck. Our threats suck. We haven't done anything to anybody yet. And even if we move Soliflora out, our best case scenario is like next turn we can put out a +2/+2 Anthem. And if Bitterthorn works the way we want it to, we get to dump a bunch of lands out. But we don't have good outlets for dumping all those lands other than board wiping, which fucks us. There's so much potential here. Hold on. I think I have to banish you to the Potential Man realm. You are 10 shadows. One day you will tame Maharaga, but it is not this day. Like, if you want this to stay bracket 2, any deck can be bracket 2. Any deck, it's totally allowed for any deck to be a pile of cards you just think are neat. I think always if, never is. I think there's so much potential for something really, really cool here that we are falling short of because it takes us so long to present a meaningful threat to the table. Yeah, I've given you the lanes. Pick one, then I think you're not a Potential Man. I think the Commander's very, very cute, and I think some of the stuff you have in here is downright adorable. But I really think we got to have a more threatening curve out, or we have to just ramp like crazy to the top end and then go like Haymaker spell, Haymaker spell, Haymaker spell until everybody dies. Boss, why are we complaining about the deck? The Dow is over 5,000. Liar. I stand by my rating. I'm allowed to complain. Dumbass. You think I don't check? You think I don't check every day if the Dow is over 50,000? And you think that doesn't determine whether or not I'm nice? Every day, bro. I feel like I'm missing a bit. So I can't remember. I think it was Kristi Noem. It was an official in Trump's administration while she was being asked about why the Department of Justice has not prosecuted the people that were named in the Epstein files, said, why are we even talking about this right now? The Dow is over 50,000. That's what we should be talking about. Oh, it was Pam Bondi. It was Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. The Attorney General of our country, when confronted about the names of pedophiles that we knew of from the Epstein files, were not being investigated or prosecuted, said, but look at how much money shareholders have. Why would we be prosecuting pedophiles at a time like this? I mean, $50,000 is accurate because I believe this is like the price per share. Like it's the price to buy into the index. So dollars is the accurate unit for this. Is an average. Yeah, but you can this is an index fund. Like you can buy into the Dow. Because when I was investing, I would buy a lot of SPY, which is the thing associated with tracking the S&P 500. Okay, manual ad break. Oh, random fitness wisdom from Rihanna Gaming. I'm so sorry that I missed this. I often overlook things when I'm in the cut. Random fitness wisdom. Fitness, a lot of times, fitness, motivation, feeling good starts with sleep. And if your room is not cold, quiet, and boring, you do not have a sleep problem. You have a cold, quiet, boring problem. Sorry, cold, dark, boring. You can have white noise. Um, but if the place you sleep is not cold, dark, and boring, that's why you're having trouble with your workout plan. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but if you're like, oh man, I can't motivate myself. Oh man, I feel so terrible in the mornings. Oh man, I just don't want to go for a run. Check if the place you sleep is cold, dark, and boring. If it's not, do that first. It will fix so much shit. Boring includes shutting down the phone before bed. Yeah, well, yeah, and dark covers that. Can I clip that and send it to my girlfriend who insists that sleeping with the lights on is normal? Yeah, dude. I sleep with the lights off and I wrap a shirt around my head as like a DIY eye mask just to get the room a little bit darker. Like if you don't have blackout curtains, the light pollution in the developed world is so bad that you should have something over your eyes. Okay, ad break's done. Let's roll the gamba. That's crazy. Not right now. Insane. All right, and then Sauron. I see you in chat talking about explaining finances to Twitch. Are you good to go? My G, my homie, my number one, my sweet squeeze. All right, Brained. Sleep well in a cold, dark, and boring room. 80 bitty. What's up, my friend? Welcome to the stream. It said not irked now, though. That's true, but that means not right now. What does ASMR Time Redeem do? During a League of Legends stream, it forces me to talk like this, very calm and collected in a reassuring tone. And every once in a while, I'll smack my lips together. Doesn't do anything during a normal stream. Hey, King Croc brother, I'm sure that deck is very cool. That's not how this shit works at all. Ah, my ear? You didn't like that? Come on. Why didn't you like that? Wild Bill, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome to the dog pile, my friend. Uh, Platypus, you ever had to deal with a dirty roommate? How did you handle it? We talked about this for a clear hour. A clear hour. We talked about my dirty college roommate and how they were banished to the basement. We derailed. We went back for this question and derailed stream for like 60 entire minutes talking about this. I got pulled into work. Yeah. We had an hour of stinky man convo. Okay, GF will be good to go in about 10 minutes. All right, then we're going to lightning roast somebody for the freebie. So everybody, lock in. Gamer lean forward. We are marble roasting a free deck roast right now. How would one put up a list for a roast? You got to win this marble spin, sir or madam or person of indeterminate gender. So here's how this is going to work. You are going to type in Twitch chat, !play. This will enter you into this marble race. You cannot control your marble. You do not need to be subscribed. You do not need to be following. You merely need to be in Twitch chat typing with your little fingies. The marble race will happen on this course. You will be hit with bombs. Much more powerful bombs than the ones you put in your commander decks. They will kill you. If you make it to the end first, you are allowed to post a deck. Burning City Live, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse, my friend. And the King Cow, thank you for the tier 3 sub for the 12th month in a row. Happy anniversary, my friend. I hope you are well today. Like who, though? And thank you for the Twitch follow as well. The Big P Man, thank you for the Twitch follow as well. And Diamond's Daughter, thank you as well. If everyone dies, is it whoever gets the farthest? If everyone dies, I win and we go play League of Legends while I talk about stinky men. Your Blackburn, thank you for the Twitch follow. And Brady's V11, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to Dog Home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. I'm going to start a 2-minute countdown. Cecil, thank you for the 1,000-bit cheer. Good luck to everybody's balls. You have 2 minutes to enter from this point. Again, you enter with !play. There are no requirements for entry. If you win, you can put your deck link in chat. We'll look at it. Greasing my marble RN. I'm speed maxing, chat. You're all fucked. Also, Draco, Firewave, and Chiponio Dip, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the Doghouse, my friends. Okay, so we're doing this. We're doing Sauron's GF's roast. I'm going to go film with Decked Out again. Tomorrow, we're back, probably to review the TMNT pre-con. I'm not confident that stream's going to start at noon. Maybe it will, though. Also, did that just pop? Hold on. Cecil Alucard, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Welcome back to Dog Heaven, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Boss, would you say it's orchestrating your own downfall to suffer a mirror entity to live multiple turns like Chekhov's gun? Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Mirror entity is like a lethal company enemy. You gotta run, or you gotta have a fucking frag mine in your pocket. All right, 30 seconds remain. We have 121 entrants. Togi's Nuz. Oh, I thought that was a D's Nuts joke. Togi's Nuz, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse, my friend. All right, it begins. Now keep in mind, everybody, most of you will die. That is a sacrifice I am willing to make. And there goes everybody. Like who those dead, Agurthi Poro's dead, Mehu Kara's dead, Melon Seeds is dead. Aegis Athene was in the lead, but they're dead. Who's actually... Time Kid is the first actual person to make it onto the track, and they are immediately sent back home. It's Togi's Nuz. It's Wendy's Baconator. Maybe they can fix the mono white Voltron deck and send it back in. Oh, there goes Deviant Fiend. Rare Popo just dropped. Ma MLP actually takes the lead for once. Although maybe not for long. It's Talia. It's Tangerine. Alright, Tangerine, Lost Alternative, and Spider. A lot of non-subs up in the lead. Tangerine just hit fucking the Speed Force. That looked like a Sonic the Hedgehog move, man. They're getting close to the end. Now, don't get excited, people, because as people get close to the end, if you go too quickly, you do just die. Tangerine has a massive lead. They're using it to moonwalk on people. I presume they will begin planking any second now. And they're getting past. They're cooked. I was second. Where am I? Probably dead. Alright, Xerneas seems to have the right of it. Let's see if they can navigate through these barrels. No, they cannot. Tangerine has figured out which direction they need to go. And they're going to plod forward slowly, carefully. Normal Tuesday night for Shia LaBeouf. And all the way in the back again. It's Zerthro taking over, getting passed by Gotlove. What is that profile picture, man? You gotta die. You have to die. Do not. Mortars! God damn it. Gotlove. Congratulations. You get to... Alright, you got killed anyway. Gotlove, you have won. Hey, Jace's cat, here you are. You're just kind of hanging out, letting everybody... You're cheering everybody on. Oh, just saw King Cow die. Horrifying. Truly, truly horrifying. Mysterious Mr. MR, congratulations on winning nothing for second place. Did I seriously finish second? No, not... What? You finished 68th, dog, huh? Sorry. Sorry to ruin your moment. You finished just a couple back from second. He said league! Babe, it happened! What? Alright, we're opening league. What happened to Mevlar? Noob Lord, Mevlar is the highest finisher that has ever been on the track. So it keeps a record of like whoever has done it the fastest previously. So that's a ghost. I want the Marvel Rivals Emma Frost build. I do a lot of walking, pacing, both for work and on my personal time. What would be good to complement that? Well, I don't play Marvel Rivals. I mean, step one, you got to eat like 5 hams a day. Okay. No, we can do that. We can do that. If you want the Marvel, if you want the Marvel Rivals Emma Frost build, 100% what you need to be doing a lot of is squats. Like a lot of people are gonna say, um, I do not know who Emma Frost is generally. Um, a lot of people are gonna say like glute extensions because I'm sure the character is caked up as well. But if you want like these are extremely thick thighs, and so if you want extremely thick thighs like that, the four exercises. You need one leg extensions. These are going to help work your quads. Next, you need a squat movement of some kind. Now, it does not have to be barbell squat. Does not have to be barbell squat. You can do lunges have been really good for building my legs. Lunges have actually been better for building my legs than barbell squats is. So you can do Bulgarian split squat. You can do barbell squat. You can do non-leg elevated lunges, but you need something that is going to get you nice and deep in both the hip joint and the knee joint to get your legs really big. You need some kind of hip thrust for sure. I think genuinely you could do it with just these 3 exercises. Yeah, you bunch of horny fuckos. We're trying to give somebody a plan right now. I would be prioritizing like the squats and hip thrusts the most. So you want to do something where your knees are bent, and your hips are extending. Yeah. I did the Auga look, but like I'm an adult. I can still talk about, oh, how do we work out to get big legs? Which is what we're talking about now. So yeah, walking is super not going to do it. RDL is a useful exercise. I don't think you like need it. Okay, Sauron. So I think what we'll do so that Z has time is we'll do your deck roast and then we will finish it off with League for the freebie. So if you were going to do leg extension, squat, hip thrust, I think deadlifting would be good. A really, really. So I think the 4th I would say is like RDL or deficit deadlift. And a deficit deadlift is just any deadlift where the bar is going lower than the floor. So anything where if you're like standing on a box, you can stand on a plate, anything to get it so that you have to go deeper than normal, because that will also activate the hip joint or the glutes quite a lot. But yeah, like if you look at can I get one where they're standing up, please? Yeah. Like rampant sexualization aside, that's the Emma Frost build. Those are incredibly powerful legs. And those are built primarily through doing like squatting, power cleans, those really basic exercises. It doesn't have to be super complicated, but it does have to be like very heavy. Or if you really look at anybody, I think for men, it's like the 198 kilogram category would be a really good example of what those legs are going to look like. Who's like, because in the higher kilogram categories, you have to get a lot of body fat for the whole like mass moves mass thing. And so you get a little bit less aesthetic. But like, yeah, again, rampant sexualization aside, Emma Frost build right there. And these people just squat a fucking billion. And they squat deep is the thing too. Like if you want big quad growth, I typically find it better like you have to be getting to 90 degrees or below, or you have to be lifting like a ridiculous amount of weight. Cosmetic surgery would also help. I mean, definitely if you want to look exactly like Emma Frost. I'm not really considering anything about like her boobs or facial structure, because when people say, "Oh, I want the Emma Frost build," and you Google the character and the first result is them in like fucking underwear with just massive legs, I feel like the question is about how do I get crazy thick thighs, and that's how you get crazy thick thighs. You don't need cosmetic surgery for that. Hi, Maul. One quick question: is the Rule Zero commander allowed for the interesting deck competition? I'm not gonna tell you. Submit it, see what happens. What would you recommend for someone not wanting to go to the gym, but for some reason still wanting to exercise? Body weight exercises at home or get elastic bands. You can do so much. You can get pretty buff with just body weight exercises. If you do push ups and you do squats and you do like, you can do like downward facing dog push ups to hit your shoulders a little bit. The only thing you can't develop super well without a gym or some type of exercise equipment is your like lats and back, because you need something you can hang your body weight off and pull up on, and if you do that on a door frame in a house built after 1990, that shit will just break. But you can do lunges, you can do, because anybody who's like, oh my god, you can't build muscle mass just doing body weight squats, for sure you can if you graduate to single leg squats. If you just do single leg squats and you eat, your legs will get big. That would be my express recommendation if you don't want to go to a gym. Whether you don't want to be around other people, whether you don't want to feel judged for not knowing how to use the equipment. I will say many gyms are getting better and better at that, especially like YMCAs. I can't imagine doing a single leg squat. How do I begin? I'm so fucking sorry, Sauron. Let me, please. I need to expose this to the people. I need to expose the truth, because this helped me so much. And then we're gonna do Sauron's girlfriend's deck roast. So if you can't do a single leg squat, right, which I can't right now, sure I can. I can get like here, and then I lose my balance and I fall. Like my quads just aren't strong enough, but they will be. So the steps you take to get to doing one single leg squat eventually. Oh wait, I need to actually have the camera up. You can support yourself, right? Like I support myself with a hand. Look how low I can get. If you want practice at getting really low, take the leg you want to do it on. Take your other leg. I'm going to hook it behind my knee. You will be amazed at how much this both helps your balance and makes it easier to support your weight a little bit with that knee hooked behind your leg. And so I would do it with assistance, and then I would move from I'm supporting myself with a desk to I'm not supporting myself, but I have one foot hooked behind my knee, and then I'm practicing the balance and the tension of this. And then as you can rep like as you can rep more of those, what you want to figure out how to do is hook your foot, go down. When you're at the bottom, unhook your foot, try to stand back up. Because when you unhook your foot, with your foot hooked, you can like use this glute to like help push yourself back up and stabilize. When you unhook your foot, then it's all back on your leg. And you just try to do like a little bit better every time. But the hooked foot thing, I saw that on Instagram once. Changed my life. All right, without no hour of this, it's time for Sauron's deck roast. Spooky. I want to card draw. I want to card draw, politic, and interact my way to victory. And this is Girl Boss, Gaslight, and Gatekeep. Miss Bumble Flasher 2. This is my girlfriend's first deck after getting counterspelled once. She plays heavy on the politics and will frequently just a girl her way into deals. Okay, Little Beaning is an established strategy. I'm sure this could work. Bumbleflower is a good commander to do it. This is why you should have to tell everybody your fucking game changes before you get into the game. I want you on a list! I'm just a girl. You're a registered study offender. I don't give a fuck about Esper Sentinel. That's whatever. But I'm getting war flashbacks to playing against Z's Aminatou deck. At one point, you got the right idea but the wrong bitch, because I have played against Z, and they have played Rhystic Study for 1 mana. And when I removed it, they looked me in the eyes and said, "Why would you do that? I haven't even drawn a card yet." I'm gonna politic. I'm gonna be heavy on the politics. My politics are playing the best card in all of Magic the Gathering. You do be gaslighting though? Gaslighting has to be believable! What the fuck do you mean? It's Rhystic Study! You can gaslight me with Polywog Prodigy. You could definitely yeah, he's a frog, bro. Come on. He's a frog. Esper Sentinel is the best gaslighting for the reasons you're saying. Because you go, Esper Sentinel, come on, man. I'm gonna give you guys cards. I need to get some cards too. And then you give him Trenbolone. Yeah, that's great. I'm robbing a library? Fuck you. Absolutely not. All right, the rest of these are fine. Every good game must come to an end. Okay, Jolrael, so we make some cats. We can give stuff high base power and toughness. If we have played Rhystic Study, Prof, same thing. Okay, little freaky guys who care about having cards. Yeah, sure. Yeah, these are okay. So we have a fundamental misunderstanding of what a win con is, I think. I'm down with the freaks. But of our 6 win cons, you have shown me, 4 instances of you going like, well, man, every game has to end sometime, Here's a 6/6 with no trample. We gotta do something a little bit more. Bumbleflower gives flying. Brother, to 1 creature per okay, we coping hard. Okay. Let me reset my heuristics. So we are a bracket 2 deck with Rhystic Study in it. My fault. Hold on, let me wipe the hope out of my eyes. Fraudulent active. My heart is breaking. My heart is breaking in half. What the fuck do you fraudulent activity? Hi, I'm doing the last non-free roast, and then we can do league. I'm just thinking of the job interview, man. Yeah, I was arrested for my last job at Subway Sandwiches. I was convicted of fraud. But it says here you were pissing in the sandwiches. Yeah, that's fraudulent. Like, okay, so I think what we want to do for this. Is we're trying to do this because okay, we want to double spell because if we double spell, we get to get a card draw trigger from Bumbleflower. But like, I swear, every time I see a deck that cares about double spelling, I see Consider and Opt just like speaking to people like the goddamn Green Goblin Mask. But you're not a Spellslinger deck. You are a two-step deck. You gotta play some shit that makes some sense. Like Flickering Ward, low-key best card in the deck. Low-key best card in the deck, right next to the worst mistake you have made in the entire 99. Which is crazy to me. Cause let me look at this shit. Cause we do this for Shiko and Narset decks all the time. Bounce Self. Commander. We're not in Jeskai. It's not Shiko and Narset. We're in Bant. Hiya. We have a fucking protection piece that does the same thing and can be reused on everybody's turn. There's the ward. We have Whip Silk, which is terrible, but does the same thing. But these can trigger the Teferi tokens, so can double spelling every single turn. Like, the issue with the cards is not that they don't do the trigger the turn you play them. The issue with the cards is that you only get to cast Opt or Consider one time in your whole deck, and the only reason you are playing them is to get the one card off of them. Versus if you have a thing like Flickering Ward, is why I said Flickering Ward is like the best thing you can ever do, is because you always have access to the easiest double spell chain ever. And you can do it over and over and over and over again. Mark of Eviction. Oh my god, best thing ever. Oh my god, phenomenal gatekeeping. Thank you for the reminder, Alec man. Oh, don't worry guys, I'm gonna help. 1 blue mana. We're gonna bounce this problem next turn. By the way, then I'm gonna draw 2. There's So I love the category. The category fraudulent activity and the idea of, oh man, I would love to play 2 spells in a turn. Great. We have Charlie Brown the fuck out of it. Alright, 35 lands. Sure, you probably have ramp. You're in Bant. Lead shoe. What the fuck? Okay. Alright, yeah, we got a little bit of recursion, sure. Our untapped step, dog. We listen, alright. There we go. You keep showing me these NBA rosters of cards. Like your tags are just these NBA teams that are like, yeah, we have starting LeBron James and then a pretty active 7-year-old we found at the YMCA. These are, yeah. We're about to go crazy on it. The variance. This is a Hikari ass deck for sure. Because, yeah, like you draw into Seedborn Muse, Rhystic Study, guess what? You're no longer the little bean, but you are the massive bean, and you're going to crush everybody. Fucking Geyser Drake. Fucking Geyser. We are the coughing baby holding a hydrogen bomb. Yeah, Flash Enabler is great, for sure. Rabbit Food, of course. Of course. Of course, you greedy little rat. This is fine, right? You find one of these, you get Bumbleflower on 3, we're happy. Like, you could have more, but I doubt you need it. Seedborn Muse at home. That is a real sentence. That is a sentence you have said here. Good fucking lord. I think Wilderness Wreck is good. Or at least appropriate for... What the fuck happened here? I already didn't like this deck. Why are you showing me War-Torn Poland? What the fuck do you mean 30? She got counterspelled once? She probably deserved it. If Rhystic's... Listen. I'm not a violent man. You show me... If there was a section... for this is what I did because somebody did bad things to me and Rhystic Study wasn't under that section, you deserved it. What's in the trauma response? Oh my god, I Ganjo. Sure. Terrible, yeah, but it's you want a double spell, okay. Swords, Galadriel's, oh my eaten by piranhas. That's great, man. That's amazing. You know, probably works. Hell yeah, command beacon. We can do nothing. We mulligan. We can do nothing. We go down to 6 cards. We can do something. What do we tuck? We tuck this dog-ass card. No, we probably tuck 20-toed Toad, because it's not as relevant until we're already up and going. Alright, we play a tap land. We... Thought Vessel. Bam. I have flowered in a bumbly manner. I'm Misty Rainforest for pretend this is fetchable. I think I'd Teferi. I'd be greedy here. I'd be greedy and try to be like, no, come on, I'm just a whittle rabbit. I'm just a whittle wabbit. Why would you do anything to me? And then if we untap with Teferi, we're gonna fucking honk him. And then we would probably do Brainstorm. We're putting 2 back. Oh my fucking god, it's here. It's here. Alright, well, we're playing that. Yeah, man. Great deck. Perfect deck. I hate it here. You can double spell with Brainstorm there. Yeah, but I think it's better to commit the Teferi down. Like, depending on what the board looks like, obviously. If I think the board can remove Teferi, I would do something else to set up the Teferi. But, like, this is... The board this will make is so ridiculous. If you could set this up, you would prefer to just do it. And then we stick Rhystic Study and nothing matters. This is crazy to me. The psychology of walking up to a table and going, yeah, man, I'm just a little bean. Anyway, 5 mana Teferi and Rhystic Study. Pass. Pass. It's very like. Oh, no, 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 no. Get out of here. How do I add a text box to this? I can't. It's very, how do you do fellow casual decks? Because it's like. Oh, Brainstorm's fine without a critical mass of fetch lands. We don't have to be min-maxing that hard. She plays into that angle. Are your friends stupid? Okay. So from a deck building perspective, this is a disgusting mess. It's randoms at the LGS. You're the devil. You're why people don't like playing it. You're the group hug player! Oh my god! You're them! Every story on Reddit, it's her! It's the cycle of abuse! We have an actual perpetrator among us. This is the person you love is the, yeah, man, I sat down for a casual game at the LGS and they played turn 3 Rhystic Study. Oh my god! You need therapy. You don't need to get her into Magic. You guys have to go on a vacation somewhere. Holy shit. That's insane. You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. Okay. So if we want to so ultimately, from a power perspective, deck's perfect. Rhystic Study is the Flex Seal of Commander. Every time you resolve it, whatever deck you're playing, it works. Are you playing like a silly mutate deck? It works now. Are you playing a creature type that hasn't been supported since 1998? It works now. Are you playing X spells, but I can only cast them if I can spend more than 12 mana? If you have Smothering type, that works too now. My only recommendation, I'm going to try to save you right now. This card fucking sucks. It is fucking bad. I realize it says draw a card on it. It is not as good as you think it is. Okay, this is your little security blanket. It is dog shit for what you want to do. You could do anything and it would be better than this. Your commander already gives flying. You could play Shimmering Wings, and it would be better than this. Is Rites of Flourishing even in here? Probably not, but it doesn't need to be. We have Rhystic Study. Why are we singling out Consider over Brainstorm? Genuinely confused about that. Well, I mean, Opt, Brainstorm, Consider are all culprits for me. I would not play any of these three. I would not play Ponder. I would not play Preordain. Your commander gives you so much access to cards that things like Shimmering Wings are just infinitely better. Brainstorm at least gives 3 draw triggers. I love the Green Goblin Mask, bro. You gotta plug your ears. You gotta plug your fucking ears. You know what else gives draw triggers? Double spelling all the fucking time for 1 mana. Double spelling every turn for 1 mana. Like, we've been through this. Like, you have green, so your mana economy is a little bit different. I have been through this song and dance like 10 times with Shiko and Narset. Everybody goes, oh man, I need the double spell. I better run Opt. And that way I can get more cards to fuel my Spellslinger turn. And it is universally better to just have a thing that lets you double spell on command than having a thing that you will maybe double spell with once and maybe draw 1 card from once. Every time. I will not hear it. How quickly does this win? Let's see. How long am I locked in the room with you? All right, great. I do not have access to blue or white, which is very funny. I think I Gaia Reach Sanitarium to draw a discard. Sick as hell. Sick as hell. I pass. How did we do this? How did we get here? I see why the little beaning works. Oh my lord, Command Tower and Nature's Lore were saved. We're saved. Alright, Shifting Woodland. Oh no, okay. So we play Shifting Woodland turn 1. Then we Nature's Lore. Sure, whatever. This is now fetchable with Nature's Lore. Me when I bumble on it. Bloom Tender, somebody draws a card, I get a counter on them. Farseek draws a card, I draw 2. Or whatever. I get Spara's Headquarters for the fixing. Next turn. I unvirgin somebody's Olive Oil, and I Growth Spiral. Draw 2. People have drawn more cards, but I'm getting counters on my creatures. I get to put a land out, right? So now I'm holding enough mana for Brainstorm, Path to Exile. Alright, I unvirgin somebody else's Olive Oil, and then I Brainstorm. Draw 2. I put 2 back. What do I want to draw? Greedy as fuck. Nonsensical. I'm putting this away. I'm putting these 2 away. Alright, Polywog Prodigy. Eaten by piranhas. You are the devil. I draw 2. Because nothing goes wrong for me because I'm in Bant. Play land for turn. Emeritus. I mean, my board's not great, but I've removed like 4 creatures at this point. That doesn't matter, Sauron. Alright, we Wilderness Wreck, we Lauren. Draw 3. And now I'm untapping lands. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, but who cares? Who cares if it sucks if we just spam removal until we kill you? It has a beginning but no middle or end. I mean, I think the middle and end is the trauma response. Like, cause it will eventually kill you. You know, like certain types of cancer or a broken heart. But I feel like the point is they looked at ways to win, and then the face of the person who counterspelled their last win con flashed in their head, and they were like, "Fuck that win con! I need another single target removal spell." Like, this is petty. This is petty as fuck, because all you do is you just be like, what's your best card? Not anymore. What's your best card? Not anymore. What's your best card? Not anymore. And like over 10 turns, Bumbleflower will kill you. It needs Craterhoof or Cavalry? That's not true. It would benefit from Craterhoof or Cavalry. Need is a very strong word. Like, this is, Sauron, I don't mean to dox you. But need is a very, very strong word when this is their girlfriend. They don't need Craterhoof. They just need a silly voice to say, I cast Path to Exile in. Like, as long as you can politic around casting your 8th piece of single target removal, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Also, the point of group hug is making friends. How does the interaction times 30 make you friends with anybody? You just say, oh, well, that creature's scary, right? I'm gonna slow everything down a little bit. We were playing, and like, yeah, LGS players don't play card draw. LGS players will look at cards like Consider and Opt and go, yeah, that's my card draw. They will put in 1 copy of Brainstorm and be like, cards drawn. It draws me 3 cards. What do you mean there are other pieces of card draw? And you'll be like, oh, wow, well, I'm a little worried about that creature. I could remove it and give you a card. Would that be fine? Those people are bricked up. Those people do anything you want. You tell them to bark, they'll ask how high. Okay? They'll hit you with that falsetto yap. They will be your little baby chihuahua. 100% it works. 100%. I hate it. I hate it. I despise every second of it. But 100% they will fall for it. Every experience I've had with Bumbleflower, she's made the game into impromptu 2-headed giant. I feel like this deck does that specifically. I think this deck does that if you play it badly. And I don't doubt that there are a great number of bad Miss Bumbleflower players in the world, but I am going to have faith in Sauron's girlfriend. And I think you can navigate this deck in such a way where you are like, oh well, I just wanna keep everybody fair. She has a very high win rate with this. Yeah, this deck is built. Listen, don't respectfully. This deck is terrible, but it is built to capitalize extremely well on the idiocy of Gen Pop. Do you watch JJK? Please say yes. I can think of another anime if you don't. I think she does. This is a Kashimo ass deck. And this is Kashimo slander. You have an incredible win rate because you're wandering through the fucking, like, rice paddies of the Edo period, killing random civilians. This is a, like, Skyrim, my kill count is 100,000 and it's just chickens. Yeah, it's high interaction, you have Rhystic Study, you get a bunch of cards. It's incredible credit to her politicking ability. Because the deck should not be... Anybody reasonable should look at this deck and be like, I need to kill you right now because over the course of an entire game, you will have more interaction than I can ever possibly deal with. And so yeah, you live past turn 6, you fucking got it. So credit to her for getting past turn 6. But this deck is just farming casuals. Oh god damn it. Where's my slideshow? It's not pub stomping. It's the appropriate, like, because there's a difference between stomping people who have, like, pub stomping to me is people who have worse decks than you. I don't think this is pub stomping. I think this is victimizing idiots. Yeah, it's preying upon the weak. Like, if you take the deals with this player, which you should not, they're gonna beat you. But like, you're not taking the deals with them because, oh my god, they're running like, it's not like they're running a bunch of game changers against people who don't have them. They're offering you a terrible deal. They're offering you like a 21% APR car loan, but also you could draw a card, and everybody's going, yeah! I want a Mustang! That's not their fault. Or that's not Dr. Evil's fault. Yeah, they're getting Shark Tanked. They're getting Shark Tanked. It's not pub stomping. It's bullying children, which is also wrong, but is different. Military for the Charger. You're down here in the EDH rec corner. This is the Bant firing squad ass deck if I've ever seen one. This shit is evil. I hope one day you heal. Sauron's GF. I hope one day you get better and you experience a land of milk and honey where you can play cards that are cool and not just cards that unvirgin everybody else's olive oil. She has insisted to say that JJK is her favorite anime and her favorite character is Kirara. That explains so much.